drunk at the Hilly. I can't PD and I can't find my Willie. I'm just here for a little attention. Yeah, I got severe hypertension. So why you trying to get to know a Higgy better? Canton whores, Bella's mom and Schmarietta. I don't know, I'll give it a go. ATF's big show, I ain't no hoe. I don't need a new man with a double D rack. Never mind, Higgy, your game is whack. You're the whacker to my weed. Your game is whack. I'm not trying to hear that, see? I'm not one of the girls trying to get locked down. Prince Higgy, baby, Jameson crown. I get down with the Hilly low comp ticket. 16 whiskeys is how I kick it. And you get excited for a midnight snack. I already told you, your game is whack. You're the whacker to my weed. Your game is whack. I'm not trying to hear that, see? Your game is whack. You're the whacker to my weed. Your game is whack. I'm not trying to hear that. I like sleeping alone. This won't go all night. A little needy and strange. It's true love at first sight. I'm the real deal. I do what I gotta do. From the rip, my whole heart's for you. Your whole heart is not for me. Not a half, not a quarter, not a claw, not a re. You know what's the problem? You're trouble and you're hot. I'm big, thick neck daddy Higgy. He's not. I got a question, not to be rude. Are you queer? Cause you keep calling me dude. Are you glad that you had walked me out? No self-doubt and you didn't cop out. No last words, I'll just mutter abide. Don't diss the caterpillar and sweat the butterfly. All of them girls must have got you gas. And when they see a good thing, they don't triple bypass. Well, for this town, that's right on track. Cause for me, your game's too whack. You're the whacker to my weed. Your game is whack. I'm not trying to hear that, see? Game is whack. You're the whacker to my weed. Your game is whack. I'm not trying to hear that. What am I? Another pretty face getting you a drink from my military base? All I gotta know is why did you use me? You talking? Psh, excuse me. We can't have nothing. You wear it depends. Well, if we ain't getting married, then we can't be friends. Well, then I guess it's nothing. Well, hey, I think you're bluffing. Well, pass that weed. I won't weed whack nothing. You better catch a flashback. Remember, you ain't tapping it. You ain't my style, and I'm not having it. All I remember from that late night kiss is I'm more the mister, you're more the miss. Well, look, I treat you good. Treat yourself better. And I always call my mom. Write her a love letter. I greet you every day with a martini at the door. You won't last a year, you're overgrown bed sore. Well, I'm known in this town, and there, that's a piss. I got no one to blame but myself and Melissa. You didn't answer me, Karen. Am I a good kisser? Don't remember, had a lot of Hennessy. A lot of girls out there that won't say no. The ones you take to your crib with Berkey. Boom, now all my feelings is getting fatter. All I want to do is drink booze and eat food. Tell you nice shit like chillax.
My name's Aidan Kearney, also known as Turtleboy.
He is a senior editor for Turtleboy Daily News.
I'm a big fan.
We've broken hundreds of stories that the mainstream media won't touch.
Some blogger in Massachusetts who's getting to the bottom of this better than anybody.
Why is it Turtleboy that is covering such important issues? Where is the rest of the media?
You did not say that you were gonna take my baby out of revenge and make him a transgender baby.
Stop it.
Don't you want to ask some questions? I know you do.
I do. I
know you do.
People don't like the things that I say and want me to stop saying them, but I won't. I'm never gonna stop. These are the kind of stories that must be told.
And I will not be intimidated. I will not be silenced. And we will continue on our journey for justice for John O'Keefe and for Karen Reed.
Tick, tick, boom. Boys, go baby, we bringing our toys. Boys, chopper be singing, should be on the voice. Bang, bang, we gon' ride out. Gang, gang, we don't die out. Want it like this, ain't no timeouts. Tell me who really gon' find out.
We be disturbing the peace. Working, we serving the streets.
Karen Reed has supporters who've shown up in large numbers.
Tick, tick, boom.
Hard body, and not scaring nobody. You make me resort to wildin'. You must be blind by the diamonds. I didn't want it to be this way, but y'all won't need to try this. So it's no way around it. You the loudest one, it's going quiet. We be disturbing the peace. Working, we serving the streets. About to go ahead, going beast. Bang, bang, leave you sleep.
This is the first time I think I've ever seen this. An outpouring of support for someone accused of murdering a Boston police officer. Unbelievable situation. Never seen anything like it.
Tick, tick, boom. You can't stop me, so who gon' stop me? You can't stop me, so who gon' stop me? You can't stop me, so who gon' stop me? You can't stop me, so who gon' stop me?
We be disturbing the peace. Working, we serving the streets. About to go ahead, going beast. Bang, bang, leave you sleep. It's go, 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 go time.
Tick, tick, boom.
Boom. What's up, turtle people? How's everyone doing tonight? Good? Good? Excellent. Welcome to the live show, ladies and gentlemen. My name is, I'm the guy from TV. I'm the guy, if you're new here, I'm the guy you saw on TV. If Spanky Brennan drove you over here, you're like, what's that guy all about? I think you're going to have a great time tonight. My name is Aidan Kearney. You can call me a variety of things if you'd like. I got a whole bunch of nicknames. You can call me Turtleboy. Some people just call me Turtleboy, Uncle Turtleboy, Dr. Turtleboy. It's actually my preferred pronoun because if Judd Welch is a doctor, then I'm definitely a doctor too. You could call me Daddy, which I can understand could be weird for like some of you people, but our audience is like 80% chicks. So, you know, I will allow it. But if you're part of the 20%, I will not mandate it. I'd actually prefer if you didn't. If you're a guy, don't call me that, please. But you could call me a Timothy Kearney. That's my Facebook name. Follow me on Facebook. I do live streams every morning at my kid's bus stop in case I get arrested. Yes, I do have to do that because I have been arrested by the state police fugitive unit at my house. And, you know, John Fanning was there. Brian Tully was there. Same guys who didn't have an interest in Matthew Farwell. They were all interested in coming and arresting little old me. Little old daddy. But you know, so you can call me that. You can call me Journalism Jesus. I don't care what you call me. Just make sure you're here every Tuesday and Saturday night at 9:00, and make sure you smash that subscribe button. Although it's Wednesday tonight during the trial, I stream every day. Thursdays I do Sex Cult. We have a special thing for members only. $15 a month. You can go right on our website, TB as in turtleboydailynews.com. And you can join there for Turtle Club. We call it Sex Cult once we're in there. I don't know how it started. I don't know. It's a sex cult. I don't know. But you sign up, $15 a month. You get ad free on the website. None of those annoying ads about, you know, cute Asian girls down your street that don't actually live down your street. None of that stuff. And you got a Thursday night stream that no one else gets. So, but other than that, normally we just do Tuesdays and Saturday nights at 9. So make sure you smash that subscribe button. Got a whole bunch of new subscribers today. What are we up to now? Let's see. We are at 131,392. Got like 1,000 new subs today. Thanks, Spanky. That was really cool of you. I got like 1,000 new followers on Twitter, and it was all Spanky's. I love it, Spanky. Oh my God. Adam Lally didn't have the heart. He didn't have the balls to do what you did today, Spanky. He didn't. Or maybe he was just too smart to do that. I don't know. But he tried to make oh my God, I am in that man's dreams. I swear to God, he can't stop. He's thinking about me right now. I mean, what a fucking stupid mistake that was. And it completely backfired. I'm not even being charged with intimidating Lucky Loughran. Like, he's not my homie. We don't hang out on the weekends or anything like that. But I like him. Oh, somebody made this for me. I love it. I got this sent to me. Check her out on Twitter. She goes by Lynn, Lyn Marie. Yeah, I love it. I love it. Own his brain. Own his brain, don't I? So yeah, cool. What else is I going to say? So we got a lot to get into tonight, mostly about Spanky. And Lucky Loughran, and I got a lot of thoughts. Got a whole bunch of content tonight. So, you know, strap up, strap on. We're going to have a great time. All right. Anyway, if you guys want to have your messages read out loud to the class tonight, you can click at the link at the top for Turtle Chat. All right. You can say anything you want in your Turtle Chat and then pay anything you want, $5 and up. Don't send me $1. I won't read it. All right. I don't even think you can do that. Or you can cash at me $, Uncle Turtleboy, and I will read your message that way. It's our version of the super chat. So yeah, it's gonna be dope. It's gonna be dope. What else was I gonna say? Anyway, I gotta turn the AC on. It's hot as balls in here. Hold on one sec. All right, we're good. All right. So let's read no court tomorrow, by the way. Auntie Bev says it's too hot to work. And which is fine by me, because I need a day off from this shit. And honestly, guys, like I'll tell you one thing. I was never really, I'd be lying if I can't lie to you. I of course I was a little bit worried about a conviction. It's like a horrible nightmare, Karen, because we're also invested in this. And we're like, if she was convicted, it would be like we were convicted. Like it would suck, except we wouldn't be the ones going to jail. Someone else would. Like I'd feel like horrible about it, But I mean, it's fucking jail. Like I've been to jail for 60 days, dude. It was forever. It was the longest 60 days ever. I can never go back, ever. Like it's horrible. And like imagine being convicted and like facing whatever the fuck Auntie Bev would throw at her. Like it'd be horrible, man. But after all the Judd Welch testimony and Matthew DeSogra, what to me wasn't that he just didn't push the needle a lot, And I'm just like, oh man, if we don't spice this up a bit, I don't like the way this is going. I could see, I mean, the thing Karen has going against her is that she's a defendant. She sits in the defendant's chair, right? And so that is the biggest obstacle she has to overcome, is just we are naturally drawn to believe defendants are guilty, right? And but that has changed. I no longer feel that way at all. I don't have any fear of that at all anymore. Obviously it would still suck if it happened, but I fear it significantly less now, like without a doubt. After the two guys that came along here, Nick Barros and Lucky Loughran. What a stud Lucky Loughran is, guys. What a stud. Like what amazing guy he is. Nick Barros, same shit, dude. Think of the devastating testimony those two guys just have given us in the last 48 hours. Think of what they've done to the Commonwealth's case. Just think about it. Nicholas Barros, at the end of the day, is a police officer, a sergeant. So he's been promoted. He's been hit by a drunk driver before too. So he's got street cred when it comes to that. He has every reason to not like drunk drivers, to want to protect the blue line or whatever. He had every reason, no reason to help Karen Read except being honest, and every reason not to. And he couldn't wait to tell the truth about that taillight. That motherfucker had been sitting on that thought for like so long. Like think about this. Like before he was called to the stand at the last trial last June, or whatever month they called him in, he must have just been sitting around, being like, when he's seeing this stuff on the news, like he said, it's impossible to miss, seeing a picture of the taillight and being like, oh, hell no. No, that ain't right. And just, he is the lone person besides, not even Karen Read herself, because she was like, for her, the night was hazy a little bit. Nicholas Barros was the sober mind that looked at that taillight and knew that it was tampered with, because he saw it like 2 hours before. Like he just looked at that and it's like, whoa, that's not like, think of that moment for him, what that must have felt like as a police officer, to look at that taillight and be like, that, it did not look like that. He has never been more certain of anything in his goddamn life that it did not look like that. And the way he said it, not just no, absolutely not, he said. That's going to stick with the jury, the way he said that. Absolutely not. And Hanky tried to play a little cleanup. Oh, maybe you forgot this detail on some unrelated thing, and therefore you forgot everything, blah, blah, blah. Good job, Spanky. Okay, cool. You won one game, right? In a 162 game season or whatever. Good job. Good job. That's all you got out of that. The jury took from that a police officer who has no reason to lie at all went out of is insistent that taillight was fucked with. That's what his testimony means, is that taillight was fucked with on purpose by someone we haven't met before, someone who isn't here to defend himself because the Commonwealth is too chicken shit afraid. That's right, Spanky. That's right. Because I know you're watching this shit right now, aren't you? You're not afraid of me. You're not afraid of me at all. None of you motherfuckers are afraid of me. You're afraid of Michael Proctor. You are afraid of what your own lead investigator will do to your case. You want to bring him up. Oh, yes, you do. You want to have him up there so he can lie and he can say, no, it didn't look like that. But you ain't going to do that because you know what that's going to lead to. The word balloon knots is going to be said within 10 minutes. And you don't want balloon knots coming out there. You don't want that. You don't want any balloon knots. You don't want Karen Reed to kill herself. You don't want that, do you? You don't want, oh, you've been fired for your conduct in this case. You don't want that, do you, Spanky? Oh, especially when they find out that he put in his police report that he had the car towed at 5:30. 5:30. And that's the reason why. Because if the car was towed at 5:30, then it couldn't get back to Canton in time for the search. Could it? So he doesn't want to bring him. And so Nicholas Barros makes me feel a million times better, and I felt great. And then Lucky Loughran just capped it off today. He did it. He was a soldier up there. He was the best. He is the best witness so far of this whole trial. And I'm not going to lie, he was the one I was nervous most about because he's like, he's a nice guy. And Rick Green is a nice guy. And we saw that Rick Green got pushed around by Adam Lally last time, and Lucky did too a little bit, but not today. Hank thought he'd come in there and smack and push Lucky around, and he just stood there and just held the line. It was amazing. It was so good. It was so powerful. And the jury is going to take away from that is a good man right there. That is a good motherfucker right there. That is a dude who is solid in his convictions, who is honest. Remember what Ronnie and them said about them last time? About how they thought he was the worst witness. He was so much better this time. Just everything he said was so much. And we're going to go over that. The difference between his testimony this time around and last time around, it was night and day how confident he was and how good he was. And so now the jury is going to take from that not only was the tail light tampered with by the state police, but the state police intentionally did not seek out and interview an eyewitness who is certain that John O'Keefe's body was not on Brian Albert's front lawn at 2:30. And Hank is up there today talking about, was it 2:30 or 3? Doesn't matter, motherfucker, because it was after 12:32, wasn't it? Yeah, when you guys said that Karen Reed hit him, it was after that. It was after 12:32. It could be 2:30, it could be 2:40, 2:50, 3 o'clock. It could be 1:30. It doesn't matter. It happened after 12:32. Period. There was nobody there, which means Karen Reed did not kill him at 12:32. He did not get up and walk around and take a leak and then come back and die in the position where he was lying moments before. That did not happen. That did not happen. And I saw this. What does cope mean? Cope is what you're seeing all over Twitter today. Let's see how we define cope. Would this be like an Urban Dictionary thing? Yeah. Okay. Cope is internet slang for dealing or accepting an uncomfortable truth by finding excuses or justifications that make it seem less bad or not their fault. That is what you are seeing an epidemic of on social media in the last 48 hours. The most cope you will ever see. This has been a disaster the last 48 hours. Don't let them gaslight you and tell you otherwise. I am loving it. I am loving watching them try to be like, this wasn't so bad. Actually, this was good. Oh, yeah. Keep telling yourself that. Oh, tell yourself that all you want. This was an unmitigated disaster. It is over. A week or so from now, Karen Reed will be a free woman. Just understand that. It's happening sooner than we thought. They're almost done with they have like four or five witnesses left, all the experts, right? And then it's done. This jury is going to acquit her quickly. I'm telling you right now. I am more confident than ever. They simplified this case. They never talked about John getting the shit kicked out of him in the house because they don't have to. They don't have to. The jurors can use their imaginations. They know that Karen didn't do it, and they know someone else did. So you figure out. Maybe it's this fucking Matthew Farwell looking motherfucker. You know, that's what we really should have. We should set up let me see, Matthew Farwell hoodie. I want to make a compilation here. Matthew Farwell surveillance. I'm going to set up. I want to put these pictures side by side next to each other. Brian Higgins, Canton Police Department. I wanted the picture of him like outside. All right. Well, fuck it. All right. Let's put these two pictures next to each other because I think a picture speaks 1,000 words. All right. All right, here we go. I did it. I did a little mashup here. This is it. That's the image right there, man. Look at that shit. This is the image that the jury currently has of Brian Albert. Okay. I mean, of Brian Higgins. There's been very little mention of Brian Albert or Colin Albert, even though I am more convinced than ever that both of those mofos are involved. Doesn't matter. This is the picture. This is the image that the jury has of Brian Higgins. He is a shady motherfucker walking around somewhere where he's not supposed to be, acting suspicious with the hoodie on, right? Looking shady as fuck. What's he up to? What's he up to? This is the image. They haven't seen the decorated dude. They haven't met decorated dude yet. They haven't met Kevin in South Boston, right? They haven't met him. They don't know that guy. They never heard of him before. You know?
You wrong. Is this Higgins?
Is this Higgins?
You wrong.
They haven't met that guy. They know this guy. That's the only Higgins they know. This is the only Kevin from South Boston they know is this guy. And Higgins is probably sitting at home, drinking his Jameson and ginger and thinking like, oh, I wish I could rehabilitate my image. I wish I could just get up there in my fancy suit and talk about ATF and what a badass I am, what a decorated dude I am. And I can come all, you know what I mean? I can comb my hair for once and I can look like a real serious person. look like a real serious person. I can clean up my image with them because this is what they think of me right now. If they've ever, they might not have followed Karen Reed. They might have followed Sandra Birchmore, though. They might have seen that, and they might be like, that motherfucker looks like Matthew Farwell, doesn't he? Doesn't he? This is how you dress when you're about to kill someone, or you just did kill someone. You know what I mean? And this is how you act. Why has he got a hoodie on indoors? Why has he got the hoodie on indoors? I take my hoodie off when I don't know about you guys. I put the hoodie on when I'm outdoors. Why is the hoodie on indoors? What's he hiding? Dude is shady. And again, this is talk about judgment. And what have they seen of him? Oh, wait, you got a whole bunch of text messages. You were flirting with his girl. I wish Karen had, if she testified, I would be like, if I was her, I'd be like, oh, I told John in the car about Higgins flirting with me. I would just, fuck it. They're figuring for your murder, make shit up. Who cares? You know, but it's not going to happen, obviously, but fuck it. I would have no problem with that. Either way, this decorated dude here is sending her messages, flirting with her. She ghosts him. And then just think about what happened at the waterfall bar there. Okay. He had the audacity to text her at 11:30. So Karen got there at 11 with John, and she's over in the corner smooching it up with John, right? All over him. And Higgy's over there playing grab ass with Brian Albert. He's the only one in the room not getting laid that night. The only one. Like everybody else has a significant other with. Even Brian fucking Albert is going to smash his grizzled wife, Nicole, into oblivion to the point where they butt answer a phone at 2:30 in the morning. All right. So Brian Albert's going to get laid that night. Jen's going to get, she's going to hate fuck Matt McCabe that night. Tristan's going to go plowing that night. And then you got, of course, John O'Keefe's going to get some nookie. Of course he is. But what about the decorated dude? He's a decorated dude. Why isn't he getting laid? He deserves it. He's a fucking hero. He got decorated. He's got decorations. They put shit on his chest. He's decorated. He's a decorated dude. Where is his love? What the fuck is John O'Keefe? He ain't a decorated dude. He puts ankle bracelets on sex offenders. He was a cop in Duxbury. He doesn't even go through the ranks. He doesn't even want to be in the ATF. He doesn't even want to be an agent. And that guy's getting pussy and not me. What about Higgy? What about Higgy? And he's been drinking Jameson and ginger. And then the end of the night, that cocky motherfucker John O'Keefe is over there. And what did John O'Keefe do to him when he's having a fucking meltdown? He goes like this. Thinks it's funny. Oh, yeah? Bring it, motherfucker. Bring it. John O'Keefe might not even know what the fuck this guy's talking about. What's his fucking problem? But he's mad. Imagine having the audacity to text a woman that when she's standing next to her boyfriend. He sent that thing. He didn't just send that earlier in the night. He sent that shit when he was standing next to her. They hadn't texted in almost a week, maybe 2 weeks. I forget the last time they texted before that. And all of a sudden, the next time he decides to text her is when he's drunk and he sees her being affectionate in front of him. Ooh, you don't disrespect a decorated dude like that. You don't do it. You don't do it. So this is the image that they have of Brian Higgins right now. And they don't even give a fuck about Brian Albert right now or Colin Albert. Colin Albert's the last thing they're thinking of. They don't even know what a fucking Colin Albert is. Right? That all they know is that guy, the guy who's walking around at 1:30 in the morning, putting fucking duffel bags in his car, on the phone, calling someone. What's that guy up to? What's that decorated dude doing? Oh, yeah. And the guy who, by the way, Kelly Devers, maybe that's why they called her this trial and not last trial. They evaluated that story and they're like, she's going to recant this. She's going to say this never happened. But we're going to take a calculated chance on this one. You know why? Because no one's going to believe her. No one's going to believe you just suddenly let her say that story. Let her say that story and see how that story plays. Most importantly, she mentions Brian Higgins and a dead guy who can't defend himself, Ken Berkowitz. And a decorated dude who can't defend himself because Hank Brennan was too scared to call him. A man who drove directly by the area where John O'Keefe's body should have been laying and did not see a body. A man who was inside the house when John O'Keefe arrived and didn't hear a 6,000-pound car back into him at a high rate of speed after spinning its tires and revving its engine directly 50 feet from him. That's it. Whew. And Kelly Deaver admits that she testified in front of a grand jury. Now, we don't say who, but she testified. She told some cops that she saw Brian Higgins and Ken Berkowitz alone with the car in the Sally Port for a wildly long period of time. These 18 jurors are not stupid. They have brains. They know that is not the kind of story that you just imagine and then say, oh, wait, that never happened. I was dreaming. Right. Okay. So all those factors, it's like, I kind of get why I want them to call Higgins, but I like where they're at now. I think we got to remember this. We were all freaking out because we all love Karen Reed and we're invested in her freedom and we want her to be free, but this is her life and she's going to do what she thinks is best because her life is on the line, not ours. Right. And so she is going to make sure that the jury knows that she didn't kill John O'Keefe. And in order to do that, they have to believe that someone else could. But the best part is she doesn't have to prove that someone else did it. It just has to be possible. And it certainly is possible that Brian Higgins was involved. Certainly. It couldn't only be Brian Higgins because they would have sold him down the river very quickly, right? Especially after he ghosted them. They would be like, oh, fuck, it was Higgy, you know? But I'm excited. A week from now, guys, Karen Reed's going to be free. I didn't make it back in the courtroom. It's fucking bullshit. What are you going to do, though? You know, we all know it's rigged. I did not make, this is the winner of the randomizer this week. Court TV, Boston Globe. The Boston Globe doesn't show up a lot. They were on the list last week and they only showed up once. So we'll see. Dateline NBC, she's there every day. Grant can't come because Jessica's on the list and she has a restraining order on him. Christina Rex will be there. Jonathan Hall will be there. And then these four, they never show up. Law and Crime Network, they stream on YouTube. What? They have reporters? I didn't know that. I don't know. South End News, I don't know what that is. Don't recall ever seeing them there. The Associated Press, I mean, they did show up last year during the verdict week. News Nation, I mean, this is just such bullshit that these bootleg organizations that have had no coverage of this case at all are suddenly showing up now, and they get the most important ones. And the backups are ABC News, which never comes. I did see Matt Gutman there. I like Matt's my homie. But I've never seen him in the courtroom. I guess he could go now because ABC News got in there. NBC 10. So that would be Sue and Jessica Machado are the three alternates. So as long as at least 2 or 3 of these will not show up every day. Like Grant can't. That's an automatic one. As long as Jess is in the building. News Nation, I've never seen him there before. We'll see. So if these two get in, then it goes to standby. Whoever gets there first. And I will be there first every day next week. I will be the first one there at the fucking ass crack of dawn. I will have a babysitter every day getting the kids on and off the bus because this is verdict week, man. I'm telling you, we could have a verdict next week. We could. And I ain't missing this shit. I'll be there. Except for Monday, I won't be there because I have a trial on Monday with the fake victim across the street in Dedham District Court. And I swear to God, if fucking Arca goes that day and I miss Arca because this lying piece of shit who sent me to jail and then made up this bullshit violation of a restraining order bullshit, whatever, I'll still take the win. But I do have a court date across the street, and you can actually go to that if you're in Dedham. It's literally right across the street. So yeah, school doesn't get out until the week after, unfortunately. So anyway, yeah. So but like, look who else isn't on the list. No, Ted Daniel again. WCVB's not on there. They're a news channel. Who else isn't on there? Oh, John DePietro. That's a shame. So John DePietro's not going to be back, I guess. So I can't stake out my corner. Yeah. And Paul O'Keefe won't be there either. That's right. Paul O'Keefe, I don't know if he's gotten served yet, but he should be on notice. He's getting served. He can't go to court Monday. But yeah, the randomizer hates Ted. It's just so bullshit, man. I mean, these are the people in Canton TV. You can argue that Turtleboy, Canton TV, and Ted Daniel have been the OGs of covering this case. Like, we've been here from the beginning documenting this shit, and we can't be here. You know, I know my case won't be on Zoom because Dedham District doesn't have Zoom for some reason. I don't know why, but anyway. All right, let me read some turtle chats, shall we? All right, read a bunch of these and then we'll get started. Oh boy. Spicy turtle chats tonight. Okay. All right. All right. Frankenfuck sends $10 and goes, how great did it feel today being mentioned by Spanky's bitch ass while you were sitting in court? Clearly you live rent-free in his head. By the way, I couldn't be more proud of Lucky. He stood his ground better than I could have imagined today. I hope we are one step closer to freeing Karen Reed. You know, I thought about that. I'm like, he wouldn't call me because he wouldn't do that. I mean, no, he wouldn't suggest that I intimidated Lucky. That's absurd. Why would he do that? And then he did. I just couldn't. I'm like, he really went there. That was his response to that damning testimony. Like, his basic explanation of the whole thing. So he hears this damning testimony that there's no body on the front lawn, and then a Ford Edge appears at 3:00. And his response to that, he's like, how am I going to combat this? Oh, I'm going to pretend like Brian Lucky Loughran has a gun to his head and is being forced to say these things by Turtleboy. And then let's see how that goes with the jury. A blogger. That's what he kept calling me. You want to call me a blogger? Fine. Go ahead. Doesn't hurt my feelings. I know what I am. I'm an award-winning journalist. Everyone knows that. But you want to call me that? Go ahead. You just sound ridiculous. Who the fuck is going to believe a blogger is scary? Like, who's going to believe that? You can't have it both ways. You can't make me sound like I'm some gangsta ass dude, but also a blogger. You can't do it. So there's that. And everyone in the courtroom, not everyone, but several jurors looked at me. I'm telling you right now, it was impossible. I mean, you're staring at jurors the whole time. And they just glanced over. Usually they don't look at the reporters. Usually they go back and forth between the attorney and the witness. But a few of them just looked over at me and we made eye contact. There were no faces made or anything like that. But it was like, oh, they know. They know. And was it awkward? Of course it was awkward. The whole thing was fucking awkward. Everyone's looking at me and shit. Although it wasn't as awkward as when Julie Albert said Trooper Bukkake twice. That was more awkward because that was like, bro, she just said Bukkake twice. And she's only saying that because I'm in the room and I named him that. Trooper Bukkake, you know? So, okay. So yeah, the whole thing was awkward, but it was kind of funny. All right, next up. Sandra sends $25, goes, Hank and Bev are desperate. Do you think KP and the minions told Hank that you harassed Lucky, hoping Lucky would get confused with all the convoluted questions and say yes to harassment by mistake? That is exactly what I think. I mean, he's doing trial by trolls. Like, this is a theory that only internet trolls have suggested, that I harassed Lucky. It was absurd. Absurd. I mean, next thing you know, Hank's going to be saying that Karen Reed's paying supporters to be there. Like, he's going to start saying Henry Blue is Karen Reed or some shit like that. Even though, I mean, the people who say Henry Blue is Karen Reed are the most retarded people on the internet, because Henry Blue tweets throughout the fucking hearings and trials and everything. So it obviously can't be Karen Reed. It's like she's one of the few people who's ruled out of being Henry Blue. But yeah, they're getting court litigation advice, as Sema says, from Krusty. That's never good. Never good. And I absolutely think that they were thinking, I agree with you 100%, Sandra. They thought that Lucky would break, that he would, that he would agree to it somehow. Yeah, he threatened me a little bit. I felt a little threatened. And you know why he didn't? You know why he didn't admit to that? Number one, it's untrue. But number two, and more importantly, Lucky Loughran is a man. That's the difference between him and Chris Albert and Brian Albert and Colin Albert and bitch ass Michael Proctor and bitch ass Bukkake. I was charged with intimidating all of those people. How did I get charged with intimidating all of them? All of them had to sit down in front of a grand jury, put their hand on the Bible, swear an oath to tell the truth, and then tell 25 people in a grand jury that they're scared of Turtleboy. How emasculating can you get? How pathetic can you get as a man? I couldn't do it. I could not go in front of a grand jury and say Colin Albert scares me. I couldn't do it because Colin Albert doesn't scare me at all. He's a bitch. He's a bitch. I'm not, the day I'm scared of some towny punks from Canton who make mediocre chicken parm and, cover up murders. Give me a break. I couldn't do it. I don't have it in me to say I'm scared of those people. I don't. But they do. And Lucky Loughran doesn't either. He can't do it. He's like, I'm a man. I have dignity and shame, and I can't get up there and say that Turtleboy made me sad. I just can't do it. I can't live with myself. It's too shameful. But Chris Albert don't care. Chris Albert gets up there. Is like, I am a bitch. I pretend to be a hardo. I say I'm going to smash your head up and down the sidewalk. But at the end of the day, I'm a bitch who is scared of Turtleboy. A blogger, a guy on YouTube who has never raised a finger to me, who has never hit any of us, who has never broken a bone or caused a bruise or anything like that. But he's got a show, and his show makes me scared of Turtleboy. And Michael Proctor and Yuri Bukkake walk around with guns and badges. At least one of them does. And they're scared of Turtleboy. Oh, boo-hoo. Oh. All right, next up. Nicole sends $10, goes, can we please tell Brennan to get off your nuts? He must have watched the Intimidator video and is so mad. He's a teeny weeny small dick man. Free our crime boss, Dr. Daddy. Well, he does have my phone. He's seen the nudes. And now Hank Brennan, if he wasn't aware of where my confidence came from, now he knows. Now he knows. He's been intimidated. He's seen the Intimidator. And he probably looked at it and was like, holy fuck. How do I compete with this? What do I do? What do I do? And that's all he's got. That's all he's got. He's done. He's done. All right, next up. Mimi sends $25, goes, hi, Aidan. I could not wait for tonight's live after today in court. Hi to my Cali twins, Jess and Jennifer. Please let them know I'll be back out there in less than 30 days and can't wait to see them. Go Panthers, go Thunder. You know, I'm going Oilers. I want the Oilers to win the cup and Thunder. I'll go Thunder. I like the Pacers. Whoever wins the NBA championship, I'm fine with. But, you know, I mean, the Thunder are the best team. They deserve to win it. So that's my thoughts on that. Thank you. Asserin sends $25. Asserin Fish sends and says, Hank Brennan is such a fucking joke. He was so desperate trying to get lucky to implicate you on another bogus witness intimidation charge. I hope his career is in shambles after this is over. Also, I hope every single scrap of dirty laundry about the McAlberts and Higgins comes out and is aired publicly once the trial is over. Please tell me there are more bombshells. I hope Karen and her team spill everything once they can. Yeah, the big bombshell, of course, is that yeah. The big bombshell, of course, is that the medical examiner is going to testify that John O'Keefe did not die from hypothermia. And that's like kind of like, and then there's ARCA, and then that's it. You're good. I mean, there's more. I still think they should bring the Asian neighbor from next door who was woken up just to contrast. Get her in and out real quick, you know? Nothing bad can happen with that. Just get her in, but I don't know if they're going to. Oh, and Garrett Wing. I hope they bring Garrett Wing. They need to bring Garrett Wing. I know we're all dog bited out, but I'm not. Get Garrett Wing's ass in here. Please, Karen Reed. Get Garrett Wing down here. Thank you. Turtleboy is my president, sends $5 and goes, Bias Bev doesn't want the jury or the public knowing the real reason objections are flying left and right, and why would she? That would require her to actually apply the law equally, which is apparently too tall of an order. Bev, I know you're listening to the doctor right now. The whole world is watching you. You will be investigated when Karen is set free. I don't think she's going to be investigated, but we saw the bias in full display today with the way she denied the motion to reconsider Michael Easter. Oh, yeah, that's denied. Oh, yeah, that's denied. Oh, yeah, that's not even thinking about that. That guy can't come in. No. Oh, and then, yeah, we got Rick Green, too. It's got to be Rick Green. You have to have him. Oh, and Derek Ellington. I forgot about Derek Ellington, too. Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see. I don't know. Karen said today that they'd be done by Tuesday. I don't know what she's smoking. That ain't going to happen. All right. Courtney sends $69 and says, my husband made this music video tribute to you, and I know you'll love it. It's worth the play. I promise. How long is it? I can't do a whole thing here, even though you sent me $69. I'll play it for a minute. We'll see what happens. If it's good, we'll watch it a little longer. Okay.
Like a frame for murder. Who the fuck would show up? Who would be my
Is this AI? Is that I never did that. That's AI. All right, cool. It's good stuff. I'll watch the rest of it later. It's a little long. All right, cool. Thank you for the $69. Appreciate that. All right, next up. People send, you guys are awesome. Bev's Vodka Rocks sends $25 and says, today made it clear that you are living rent-free in Spanky's head. I've heard that a lot today. Not sure how you guys are handling the utilities, so here's a few bucks for the internet bill. Bang, bang. Keep up the good fight. Well, thank you very much for that one. Next up, we got Brennan's Occipital Boner sends $69 and says, Hoss long till we see the Intimidator. I can't do it, guys. I mean, I just got monetized again. I can't just whip the Intimidator out as much as, you know, as much as some people, and not everyone wants to see that either. Okay. Just telling you, some might, but not everyone. So thank you very much for the $69. 2 of those tonight. Weird. Tina sends $10 and says, not sure you can answer, but why did I hear that they originally wanted to have Lucky as the fall guy? You know, that's just a rumor. There's no proof of that, but I think a lot of people think they couldn't count on Karen Reed breaking her taillight in the pulling out of One Meadows. They couldn't count on that, right? So, you know, they were going to throw him on the lawn right where Karen was last seen and just kind of be like, wow, how the fuck did he end up there? I think that was their plan. What other option did they have? They couldn't, we've been over this. They couldn't chop him up, couldn't throw him on the railroad tracks. So it's really their only move was putting him on the lawn. And I guess the natural thing was, oh, wow, did he get hit by a plow? Holy shit. Wow. Okay. All right. Next up. Matthew sends $25 and says, no, I'll get to him. Plow Mommy sends $10 and says, listen, Turtle, I haven't stopped thinking about how awesome the daddies of FKR calendar is going to be. After today's performance, Plow Daddy, Lucky, needs to be on the cover. Yeah, I think Lucky made the calendar. I think he made the calendar, guys, after that one. The daddies of FKR calendar would be a bestseller. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, it would be awesome. All right, cool. So thank you for that one. Next up, Matthew sends $25 and says, did you intimidate Lucky? The dude seems like a perfect unbiased witness. I know there was a video where you stated you had dirt, but did you actually go team LOL? I'll explain the whole history of me and Lucky tonight. I never threatened him. I never intimidated him. I will explain our entire history tonight. Nothing of like you saw Lucky on the stand. Did he seem intimidated by me? No, nothing like that happened. So we're going to get to that tonight. Next up, the Albert family rock sends $10 and goes, how dare you intimidate Lucky? Except for the part where Lucky says you didn't. Exactly. Good luck next week. Appreciate that. Kevin sends 25 and goes, keep up the great work. A small donation for your court cases and payback for hours of entertainment. Well, thank you, my dude. Thank you, my dude. We met more Turtle Riders today outside of court. The crowds are picking up, man. I felt electric out there today. The buffer zone's over. People are cheering Karen on as she gets in and out of her car. I met a Turtle Rider from England today. She was really cool. Where else did I? What other states? I said Illinois yesterday. There was a couple other cool states today. I forget off the top of my head. It'll come back to me. But it was cool. More and more Turtle Riders coming in from all over the country. All right. Brian sends $5 and says, feel good that there will be a positive outcome, and Lucky Barros and Dr. Russell have made me feel that way. I want to be pen pals with Dr. Russell and vote for Lucky and Barros for anything. You and I both. Gray Space sends 5 and says, the way that Hank was talking about your strong and large social media presence, you know he's thinking about you right now. I know, dude. It felt good when he's like, yo, that guy, that Turtleboy guy, that guy's fucking powerful, dude. That guy is the man. That dude is fucking alpha shit. He scares the fuck out of you, doesn't he? Because he's so big and powerful and impactful, doesn't he? He's got that mojo. Oh, yeah. They call him Daddy, for crying out loud. Daddy. He's fucking, and you know it pained him to say all those compliments about me. All those compliments about me. And in the end, it got him nowhere. Nowhere. He sounded ridiculous. All right, cool. Next up, Joe sends $5 and goes, you're a naughty, naughty blogger. Pass it on to Alessi. Just kidding. Okay, thank you. Ambrosia sends $10, goes, I've heard Karen call John a pervert in the voicemails that night because she thought he blew her off and was participating in a swinger party at the Alberts. Are the McAlberts swingers? No, there's no evidence that the McAlberts are swingers. Plus, they're all like family and shit. Like, I don't know. I'm sure Brian Albert fucked a lot of hoes on the job. Like, that guy was fucking hoes, I think, left and right. I think that's a fair assessment. I don't think Matt McCabe was. That guy's too goofy to get pussy. No way. But, you know, Brian Albert had alpha male vibes to him. Like, he could, you know, Mr. Gang Unit now on the force for fucking 29 years. He was a sergeant in Desert Storm, you know, knock you out. Anyway, there's that. Next up. Olivia sends 5 and goes, "Hi, Aidan. My mother and I absolutely love you and want to thank you for all that you do for Karen Reed's movement. We agree with you, and we cannot imagine Karen going to prison. We pray for you and Karen every day. An acquittal is coming." Yes, it is. And, you know, my legal situation too, I just feel like after this is over and Karen Reed is acquitted, is there going to be any thirst for them to get me to go after? I mean, what's going to be? Aren't they all just going to want to go away after this? Is Jennifer McCabe going to want to go and testify again? Aren't they going to want to forget that any of this shit happened and just move on with their lives? Like, do they really have an appetite to keep doing this? Because that's all. This ends with an acquittal, right? Because there's no federal shit now. But like, it kind of doesn't if my shit's still going. Like, my charges will be the continuation, because people are still going to be fiending for Karen Reed content after this, and it will continue in the form of my charges. So there's that, you know. I'm too pretty to go to jail. I can't do it. Brittany sends $10 and goes, "Hi, Turtleboy. Do you think Cosgrove is going to try to charge you with Lucky? Maybe that was Hank's reason for this. Also, I heard that Kevin's book came out. I don't know about that, but no, they're not going to charge him with Lucky, because he would have to go in front of the grand jury and put his hand on the Bible and swear that he's scared of me, and he's not. I've had a conversation. I'll explain the whole history with Lucky tonight." Anna sends $10 and goes, "Annette," it's a tweet replying, "John, I think, I don't know what you're sending me here. John, you are a plant, a fuck troll, probably taking it in the ass by Julie Grant in her huge dick and man hands." Okay. Thank you. Steph sends $10, goes, "Lucky was solid today. I was literally so fucking proud of him. I could have cried. Spanky's officially obsessed with you, Turtleboy. He definitely dreams about you. He is tonight, that's for sure." Randy from Shrewsbury sends 10 and goes, "Just have to put this out there. Even if she tried to back into him, what grown-ass man with 2 legs, inebriated or not, does not just move the hell out of the way?" Exactly. P.S. I know Turtleboy gets his shit right based on events from my own town. That's the neighbors, Shrewsbury there. But that is a great point, and one that I wish the jurors would just think about. If they would just think about it for a minute and use their logic, why the fuck is a grown man going to stand there and get run over? I mean, this whole theory that they have that his arm was out into the street. Why would there ever be a scenario in which your arm is hanging out over the curb by itself? Up. You had to be up more to be near the fucking light. It had to be. How does that make any sense at all? And then his head hits the spoiler now. Come on. It's like, that is what I wish they could just, obviously that's not evidence, but I wish that they could say, guys, think about it. If a car's coming at you at 24 miles an hour and you can hear it and your crazy girlfriend, you're just going to stand there no matter how drunk you are, just going to stand there and get run over. Come on. Thank you. Next up, a reminder that Peggy is still a cunt sends $5 and goes, "Also, I'm very aware that I'm an asshole, but am I the only one who hears something different when Alessi keeps mentioning Exhibit Triple D? It sounds like they're about to expose Hanky's retardation in lawyer language. Maybe, I don't know." BPD Commissioner Cox sends $5 and goes, "That's a nice job you have there. It would be a shame if you didn't do the right thing." And it's funny that you mentioned that, because today Spanky actually said that I intimidated Lucky Loughran by telling him to do the right thing. I might have said that at one point when he was initially, I'll explain my history of Lucky tonight, but it's so funny that the guy who had a witness 2 days ago, who was told by the BPD commissioner to do the right thing, and then she changed her testimony after that conversation, that suddenly being told to do the right thing is witness intimidation. Insane. Like, it's like, bro, did you forget I highly doubt the jurors forgot that. So there's that. Next thing, Lisa Ann sends $50, goes, I'm not going to lie, I shed a tear when Barrows testified. The relief of hearing an honest cop tell the absolute truth was moving. Finally, such a powerful movement. It's almost the same thing as when Lucky said, I saw nothing. I saw nothing. The way he says, I saw nothing. And Lucky was undeniably a hero today. Imagine when those words hit, not guilty, not guilty, not guilty, free Turtleboy, free Karen Reed. You know, it's very true, but it's sad that we live in a world where we have to where people like Lucky Loughran and Nick Barrows are heroes. They shouldn't. Like Lucky said it best today. I didn't think I deserved to be treated like that. All I did was tell the truth. That should be the default, but it's not. And that's it. It's extraordinary. It's sad that we're living that I'm covering a story where telling the truth is extraordinary behavior worthy of being called a hero. Like that's crazy, but it is. Okay. Guy sends $10 and says, I was disappointed Karina Kolakithis was not able to provide testimony that Lying Jen told her that there was footage of this BS alleged crime. So I know as a fact that Karina Kolakithis claims that this happened, but there was a sidebar and we don't know what happened at sidebar. And I haven't had a conversation with Karen Reed and she wouldn't be able to tell me what they talked about at sidebar anyway, but just know that that was the plan, was for her to say that. And then she couldn't say it. So what do you think happened? Obviously at the sidebar, they said that this is not admissible because it's hearsay. It's her claiming that Jen told her something. There's no receipts. It's a hearing conversation. She wasn't, and that's the bias of Auntie Bev. I mean, Colin Albert can enter screenshots into court that are completely unverified and all this. I mean, how many times have they brought in hearsay? I hit him is hearsay. But, you know, that it was not allowed to be brought in. That's what I believe happened. So we'll see. But she still did some good things. Ryan sends $5 and goes, it was supposed to be 75 and sunny in Dedham. Let's pack the courthouse on Monday for Aidan's trial, fittingly on 6/9, because this whole thing blows. Oh, I see what you did there. That would be cool. Blair sends $7 and goes, Jen. Hey, Zaddy Turtle, can you tell my normal mom, Lorelei, happy 33rd birthday? Your mom's 33? Okay. She's a real one, a normal one, never lied to the FBI, real one, normal mom. You know who a normal mom is? Karina Kolakithis. That's a normal mom. That's what you saw up there today. That's what an actual normal mom is. Somebody who's never lied to the FBI, who's never had 2 FBI agents approach their house ever, and thus would not have to pretend that she's her sister at all when approached by 2 FBI agents. Somebody who's never deleted Google searches or phone calls or anything like that. That's what a normal mom is. A Karina Kolakithis, not these people. So thank you. Stephanie sent $25 and goes, I thought it was funny how many times Brennan lines out plow trucks in the dash cam footage. That was awesome. Wasn't the argument that they thought there were no other plow trucks were over there, so that's why they didn't look for Lucky? He was great today. They were trying to impeach Lucky because he said he only went through once more after that, and they kept showing trucks went through, and Lucky goes, he's looking at it, and he's like, yeah, that's not me. Like he's like, that's not me. I have some type of shiner on my truck, a reflector, and that's a different truck. That's from a contractor. That's by the yard. Those are the people who come through and help us. Hank, he really didn't know. And all he did was prove that, like, yes, when I see it, I can identify a truck from 300 yards away or whatever the fuck, however fuck the farther away they were. Was it 300 feet? I forget, 300 feet or yards. I can identify a truck from that far away. I can tell the difference between my truck and any other truck from that far away, which means I can identify a Ford Edge. He strengthened the Ford Edge commentary with that. It was beautiful. Next one. I don't know if I read this. No, I read that. If it was Christina, sends $5 and says, listen, Turtle, longtime rider. Thanks for all you do. Free Karen Reed. Thank you. Resting Bitch Face sends $5 and goes, listen, Turtle, congrats on your silver play button. What's that? What's my silver play button? LTL has a heart of gold and you absolutely deserve it. Second, hey, Spanky, we know your slimy ass is watching, but thanks for sending all the new subs over. 18 of them are probably curious jurors. Thanks to you. On your way out, smash that like button. That way, like you want to smash Crazy Kerrigan. I know. I do wonder if there's any jurors watching tonight. If there are jurors watching, don't watch this shit. It's a question. It's a violation, whatever. But wouldn't that be wild? If because Spanky made a big thing of this, some curious jurors, like, they're never going to know. If I go and watch the show and then they listen to me and they're like, holy fuck, she's innocent. That's crazy. They're not telling us any of this in court. Wouldn't that be wild? That would be crazy. So thank you. Next up. Of course, to be clear, I would suggest they don't do that because that's not, got to be fair, fair and balanced. Lucky's Cajones sends $5 and goes, I so wanted Lucky to correct the online blogger comments with award-winning journalists. I know, but he would have been a little biased if he said that. And when he asked whose side you were on, if he accepted the invite to say the truth and against the Commonwealth's cover-up. And that is exactly why Spanky would never call me, because I would say some shit like that. Thank you. I would say, you know whose side I'm on? John O'Keefe's. I'm here for John. I'm also here for Karen, but mostly John. So $6 for Erica and says, Lucky is a little on the spectrum and is unable to tell a lie. He's not. I don't like that shit when people say that. I don't like that because that's what the other side says. There's no evidence Lucky's on the spectrum. Why? I don't like that shit. And it's also like insulting. Like you're using it as an insult. I don't like that. He's the most upstanding man up there so far. So I know you meant well by that, but I wouldn't say that. Why didn't they take a video point of view of Lucky's truck at night for the court? That's a good question. By the way, I have sent you guys the best free Karen Reed picture of me in front of the Capitol that I had to do a lot of stuff to make happen and deserves to be in rotation. Okay, we'll check that out. So thank you for that one. Okay, next up. Rosaline sends 10 and goes, Uncle Turtleboy, so glad you were in court today. Hank definitely has you on his mind. Ironic how Hank tries to trip witnesses up on facts when he barely knows the facts of this case himself. So often he's wrong. Higgins said, theme song, what about me? Okay, cool. All right, so I have some more Turtle chats here, but there's a bunch more, but I'm just going to read some of them later because I want to get started on this. I got a lot to get to. So if you want to have your messages read, click at the link at the top for Turtle Chat. You can also cash at me at $ Uncle Turtleboy. Let me just bang through a couple cash apps so we've done some of these. All right. Today, let's see. Pina Roses sends $10 and goes, bet Skank Hank is following your tweets right now. Oh, he is. Katie sends 10 and says, sending love to journalism Jesus, suck it Spanky. I like it. Kyle sends $5 and goes, thoughts on the case ending Tuesday. Did the defense cut the fat? I don't see a world in which it ends Tuesday. Just Arca alone is going to take too long because Spanky is going to literally lose his shit with Arca. So thank you. Tom spends $25 and says, need more input on juror 1. Does he not take notes? No, he doesn't. But he sits there. He's an interesting guy and he just sits there and listens to everything. He was very attentive today. So thank you very much, Tom. Stacy sends $25 and goes, can you get Ronnie the juror back on your show? I think once was enough. Ronnie's doing the media rounds anyway. I feel like we got enough out of Ronnie. So we'll keep it at that. There's mixed people have mixed feelings about Ronnie. I like him, but not everyone does. Edward sends $10 and goes, Hank Brennan prefers penis in and around his mouth. No lies told. Joanne sends $10 goes, you are the light that spotted the snakes. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thomas sends $10 goes, Higgy video in Canton Police has no snow on hoodie. Why? Don't know. Steph sends $5 and goes, our favorite blogger, quote unquote, love from Jess and Steph. Well, thank you, Jess and Steph. Sharon sends $5 and goes, Lucky, I love you and you are a hero. Agreed. EMC sends $10 and goes, Commish Kearney says, tell the truth, catches witness intimidation charges. Exactly. Joanne sends $5 and goes, Spanky disgusting, RIP Lucky's wife. Absolutely. Joanna sends $5 and goes, swab Deaver and you'll definitely find pig DNA. Oof. So true. John sends $10 and says, thanks. Okay. Nicole sends $5 and goes, the only harassment to Lucky was from Hank Brennan today. Exactly. Kimberly sends $5 and goes, watching live from the sky, hashtag JetBlue. Nice. Turtleboy in the skies. Alan sends $5 and goes, please Google Lou who. Okay. Maybe I will later. Thank you. All right. So yeah, click at the link at the top for Turtle Chat if you want to send a message, or cash at me at $ Uncle Turtleboy. But we are going to jump head first into today's testimony. Let's do that right now. Okay. It might be a long show. I think it might be. No court tomorrow anyway. Okay. So let's jump right into the testimony.
Chris and you?
Very close. I believe I'm 2 years older than Chris.
How did you become familiar with Chris?
I went to elementary school, I went to middle school, and then he graduated from a different high school.
Was there any other relationship between the two of you beyond being classmates?
Yes, eventually I ended up working for Chris, delivering pizzas.
How old were you approximately when you started delivering pizzas for Chris Albert?
About 26.
Do you remember the name of his pizza establishment?
Yes, D&E Pizza.
Where is that located?
Canton Center.
How many years did you deliver pizzas for D&E Pizza and Chris Albert?
About 8 years.
Prior to January 29th of 2022, were you friendly with Chris Albert?
Yes.
You previously mentioned that your brother Michael is a town selectman. What political office does Chris Albert hold?
Chris Albert is also a select board member.
And Chris Albert is Brian Albert's brother, obviously?
Yes.
So your brother and Brian Albert's brother are both town selectmen together?
Correct.
How did you become familiar with Kevin Albert?
Through D&E Pizza and interact.
I'm sorry, you said through D&E Pizza?
Yes. And interactions with the DPW doing details and stuff.
Okay. First, with regard to D&E Pizza, you said there were interactions with Kevin Albert relating to that pizza shop. But what type of interactions?
He would come in. I'd be, friendly. I'd say hello. Or there'd be deliveries to the Albert residents, and I would, make those deliveries.
You mentioned the DPW. I didn't ask you what you did for work, sir.
So this was important to establish. He is a townie. Okay. Lifelong Canton guy, has known the Alberts better. He asked to say all the names of the Albert boys, and he could rattle them off like that. I think he got one wrong, though. I think he said Brendan instead of Kevin. Is there a Brendan Albert? I know there's a Brendan Albert who is Brian Albert's son, but I don't know if one of the brothers is. There's 6 Albert boys. Brian, Chris, Kevin. There's a Keith. There's Tim. And I don't remember the last one's name. Is there a Brendan? I forget. The real OGs will know. There is a Brendan. And he said Kevin also. Okay, maybe he got them all. There's also a sister, too. You can imagine what she looks like. Yeah. They call her Franken Truck sometimes, too, Anyway, so this is important to establish because it's like this guy has no reason to lie to help Karen Reed at the expense of the McAlberts. Like he's got no reason to. It makes no sense. So we get through this whole thing.
What do you do?
I work for the DPW. I work in the highway division.
2, what were your duties for the DPW?
I would plow.
And how long had you worked, or to this day, how long have you worked for the DPW?
20 years.
Now, as a DPW employee, how much contact do you have with the police department?
We have jobs that require police details.
So you're doing work, and there has to be a police officer there to oversee and direct traffic and things of that nature?
Correct.
How often have you worked in that capacity with Kevin Albert from the Canton Police Department?
About a dozen times.
And what was the nature of your relationship with Kevin Albert before January 29th of 2022?
Through D&E Pizza, I would the Alberts usually had family functions on a weekend, and I would make deliveries.
Can these last few jurors hear the witness? I just want to make sure everybody can hear. Okay. Now, what was how did you become familiar with Brian Albert?
Again, through D&E Pizzas and deliveries.
Deliveries where?
To his residence.
Do you know what his residence is or what the address is?
I do.
What is it?
34 Fairview Drive.
Road.
What was your understanding of what Brian Albert did for a living?
My understanding, he was a police officer.
Close
for the,
enough.
City of Boston.
This is understanding.
Now, you say that you made deliveries to 34 Fairview Road. How often? And was there a particular day of the week that you delivered more than others?
It's usually once a week, and it was usually on Sundays.
And when did you get to the DPW that morning?
I got there about 2:15.
And when you say you got there, where did you go?
160 Bolivar Street.
And is that Bolivar?
Yes.
What is 160 Bolivar Street?
It is the DPW garage.
And when you go there, is there a requirement that you punch in?
Yes.
Did you punch in those early morning hours?
Yes.
Who was there when you got there?
Other DPW employees and William Walsh.
William Walsh being your supervisor?
Yes.
Were you assigned a specific route those early morning hours?
Yes.
What route was that?
Route 11.
What streets does Route 11 encompass?
Route 11 encompasses Cedar Crest from Dedham Street to the end. It encompasses everything from Kings Road to Chapman Street.
And streets in between as well?
Yes.
And what street is in between Cedar Crest and Chapman?
There would be Spring Lane and Fairview.
What truck or snowplow were you assigned in those early morning hours?
I was assigned truck 30.
And does that have a particular nickname?
Yes, it's considered a Franken truck.
You said Franken truck.
A
Yes.
Franken
Like
truck.
Frankenstein.
Yes.
He's so matter of fact.
Why
I
was
love
it
it.
nicknamed Franken truck?
It was a very uncomfortable truck, and it had a lot of mismatch of parts to make it more convenient for the drivers.
I'd like to show you some photos, sir.
Okay.
So this was a nice touch, Franken truck. Showing pictures of it. The only thing I wish they did was just drive by Fairview, 34 Fairview in it. Although Bev would find a way not to allow it, I'm sure. But would have been cool.
They depict the inside of truck 30 or Franken truck.
About January 29th of 2022?
Yes.
I would offer those, Your Honor. Thank you. With permission, Mr. Wolf, if you would.
There's Franken truck. So that's a big fucking truck. Look at those lights, dude. Those are big fucking lights.
Okay. Could you explain what 211A depicts for this jury?
That is the front of truck 30 Franken truck, and it's depicting the two mirrors on the right and left side of the fenders.
Okay. What about the next one, please, Mr. Wolf? Can you identify, this is 211B, sir.
Yes, that's the inside of the Franken truck looking out the windshield.
As if you were seated in the driver's seat?
Correct.
Next photo, please. This is 211C. What does this depict?
This is depicting on the range that I would see seated in the front seat looking out the windshield.
I mean, just look at this light, dude. Your car doesn't have lights like that. The Franken truck is a beast, and Franken truck sees everything, dude. Everything.
In depicting how much I'll be able to see.
Okay, this would be more toward the left side in front of you as you're seated in the driver's seat?
Correct.
All right. Next photo, please. This is 211D. Could you explain this to the jury?
Again, I'm sitting in the front seat of the Franken truck, and I'm taking a picture out the right side of the windshield. Again,
the jury, what do you do when you get there at 2:15 a.m.?
So at 2:15, we do a simple circle check to make sure that there are no defects with the truck. We go any types of drinks, food, anything, snacks.
Preparing for a long night?
Wow.
And when you did the circle check in those early morning hours, was there anything unusual that you found?
None.
Were you comfortable driving the snowplow that night?
Yes.
And you mentioned that you make sure it's filled with diesel fuel so you're good for the night.
Correct.
Now, what lighting is there on the truck facing outward?
I have four lights. I have the initial headlights, and then I have two plow lights that are on either side of the fenders.
And
then I have marking lights, and then I have work lights in the back for the sander.
Okay. If you recall the one photo that showed the truck from the outside, were the two plow lights visible in that photo?
Yes, they were.
Were the headlights visible in that photo?
Yes, they were.
Can we display that one more time, Your Honor, to have him point that out?
Just above the grill on the right side and left side.
Okay. And would it be fair to say the
Look at
plow
that
lights appear to be a clear lens and then an orange lens on either side?
Yes.
And the headlights?
I mean, this is the kind of light that it's like that Fenway Park has. Like, it's like those are big fucking lights, man. That's gonna, dude, you have to be able to see. You got to be able to see, because God forbid you hit an animal. God forbid.
Sir, where are those located?
They are to the right and left of the grill, and they're underneath.
Okay. And those are located just to the right of the grill in terms of as we're looking at 211A?
Yes.
Okay, we can take that down and put the lights back on. Now, do you recall whether or not, strike that. You also mentioned marking lights. Where are those?
Marking lights are on the top of my truck, along with a beacon light on top of the truck.
And what is a beacon light?
Beacon light is exactly what it looks like. It's a light that just illuminates and it goes around in circles.
And the marking lights?
Goes around in circles.
They're similar to driving without your headlights. They're just there to mark the truck so that it's more visible for residents who may be driving and not paying attention.
And where does the lighting face those marking lights?
Front.
Okay, so in terms of the light that strictly goes toward the front, you have marking lights, plow lights, and headlights, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall whether, when you did your circle check, you checked out whether those lights were all working?
Correct.
And were they working?
Yes.
When all of those lights are on, how bright is it in front of your truck?
Extremely bright, almost as if I had a spotlight.
And that's facing straight out?
Correct.
What about facing diagonally out?
Again, as far as the lights will illuminate.
And then on either side, directly out to the side, how far can you see?
About 5-6 feet.
Okay. So you see more when you're looking straight out and then diagonally out, correct?
Correct.
You can see farther?
Correct.
Now, how about...
I love how David made a point to do that. It's like, so it's not just right in front of you, right? Because that's what Matt McCabe and Tristan Morris and them all said. It's like, I was looking right ahead. I didn't look to the sides. So you look diagonally, right? It illuminates not just the road, but the shit off the road too, right? Diagonally. Yes. Cool. Thank you, Lucky.
In terms of you being situated in the vehicle, how high up is the driver's seat?
Driver's seat is an air ride seat, so it can adjust accordingly.
What is an air ride seat?
It is adjusted by air, and it can go up or down depending on the driver's.
And how long did it take you to do the circle check, to put your snacks in the car and water, and to make sure the car or the truck is filled with diesel fuel?
About 5 minutes.
All right. So if you get there at 2:15, is it fair to say that you're ready to go on the road somewhere around 2:20 or 2:25 a.m.?
Correct.
And when you did start to go out on the road at around that time, how was the seat adjusted?
I adjusted the seat up so that my knees would hit the bottom of the steering wheel.
Okay, so you're up high.
How big is that steering wheel on the truck?
It's fairly large. It's larger than a regular passenger vehicle. It's very large.
As of January 29th of 2022, were there any obstructions on any part of the windshield that would prevent you from having a clear view in any direction through the windshield?
Nope.
No.
Once you got into that truck in those early morning hours, how far could you see in front of your truck?
As far as my eyes would let me see.
And how far could you see diagonally?
Diagonally, probably, again, as far as my eyes would let me see.
As far as my eyes would let me see.
You get on the road. When you plow, is there a particular method that you use?
Yes.
Describe that.
I start in the middle of the road and work to the right, angling the plow to the right.
Are you familiar with the term ring row right?
Yes.
Could you explain that to the jury, please?
Sure. Ring row to the right is the amount of snow that's coming off the plow, creating a row. We angle everything to the right so that it does not impede on traffic on the left.
Right. So if you're going in the other direction, you'd be putting snow right in the opposite lane of travel, right?
Correct.
So you always go to the right.
Correct.
What part of the road, once you hit the roads, do you plow first? What part of the road?
I start at the yellow line and I work to the curb line.
Why do you plow the middle of the road first?
Again, I want to ring road to the right, and I want to be able to give a bigger swath of space for first responders.
And generally, after going up a street or a road that you plow, when do you come back down the same street?
Immediately after I'm done.
Now, you mentioned Route 11, your route that night. You mentioned that it takes you to Cedar Crest.
Correct.
Once you leave the DPW garage to go on your route, Route 11, how long does it take you to get to any part of Cedar Crest?
About 10 minutes.
May we display actually, it's Exhibit 49. Do we have access to Exhibit 49? If you put up Exhibit 4 of the map, if you would.
It's inclement weather, I wear contacts.
So on the night in question, when you went out on your route that night.
Like Yannetti is getting rid of any doubt that this guy might not have seen something because he was obstructed. Okay, the lights are good. Your visibility was good. You had your contacts on. He's making sure he is making it impossible for Hank to do an effective cross. That's what's happening here.
Are you wearing glasses or contacts?
Contacts.
What are you wearing today?
Contacts.
You've testified in a prior proceeding regarding this matter last year, correct?
Yes.
What did you show up with that day?
Glasses.
And what's your difference? What is the difference in your ability to see the screen with your glasses or your contacts?
My contacts makes things a little bit more brighter, allowing my eyes to see better.
You have more
with the
difficulty
contacts.
seeing distances with your glasses?
Correct.
All right. Any problem seeing that screen here today?
None.
All right. What does that depict?
That depicts my route. Cedar Crest, Dew Lane, Spring Lane, and I'm not able to read the one underneath Spring Lane.
Certainly it's a portion of your route, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, you see where it says Cedar Crest, right?
Yes.
And you see the red dot there?
Yes.
Does that red dot refresh your memory or orient you, I should say, as to what road that red dot is on?
Yes.
And what road is that?
Which is at Dedham Street in Cedar Crest.
Okay. And how long a road is Cedar Crest before you get to the area of Exhibit 49?
Half a mile.
I would say that's about a mile and a half.
And how long does it take you to plow
I don't think it's that
Cedar
long.
Crest before you get to this area on January 29th of 2022?
About 10 minutes.
All right. How much of that mile and a half or so stretch of road did you plow when you first encountered it?
I plowed the entire street.
If you could zoom out, please. All right. And when you're driving on Cedar Crest Road, are you driving toward that red, Fairview Road that you've identified?
Yep.
Coming in from the right portion of the map or the left portion of the map?
I'm coming from the right side of the map.
All right. And so you start about a mile and a half down the road to the right, which is off this map, correct?
Correct.
And you say it takes about 10 minutes to get to the area of Fairview.
Yes.
So would Fairview be on your right or your left when you first encounter it?
On my left.
And when you hit Fairview Road that first time, what do you do?
I go all the way to the very end of Cedar Crest, turn around in the cul-de-sac, and then head back up towards Fairview.
Okay, so you're passing Fairview on your left,
Yes.
plowing further, and then turning around and plowing back.
Yes.
And when you came back to the intersection of Cedar Crest and Fairview, what did you do?
I take a right.
And how familiar were you with
Just
34
like-
Fairview Road on that day?
On that day?
Very, very familiar.
Very
Having
familiar.
delivered pizzas there for years?
And having grown up in that neighborhood.
Were you friendly with the Alberts growing up?
Mostly with Chris, but I was cordial with the boys.
All right.
With the boys.
And
The boys.
When you entered Fairview Road from Cedar Crest for the first time on your route, would 34 Fairview be on your right or your left?
On my right.
And can you give the jury your best estimate of when or what time was it when you first encountered 34 Fairview Road on January 29th of 2022?
About 2:40, 2:45
That would be AM?
a.m.
And when you were passing 34 Fairview Road or encountering it at that point, what did you know about who lived there?
I knew the Alberts lived there, and I knew that Brian Albert was a police officer, first responders.
Hank
aside from
cross-examines
the
him
lighting on your
about
truck,
that.
Were you aware of whether there were any
First
streetlights in
responder.
the area of 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you describe those?
Sure. There's one before you get to 34 Fairview driveway, and there's one after Fairview's driveway.
Do you have a memory as to whether or not those streetlights were working on January 29th of 2022?
I do not have a memory of that.
But in any case, how much of the lighting of your Franken truck was illuminated at that time?
All my lights were working.
So you're now driving up Fairview Road, and 34 Fairview's on your right, taking into account the lighting conditions that existed, especially on your truck. How much of the front lawn of 34 Fairview could you see?
Love it.
I could see all the way to the front door.
I could see all the way to the front door because that lawn ain't very big. So when you go by it, I just want to show you a Microdots video real quick. My homie Richie from Microdots, who's just a man in every sense of the word, one of the greatest people I've ever met, and one of the most talented, makes this awesome video here. Check this out. This is what Lucky would have seen. Okay, look at this shit. Come on. If a body was there, come on. Are you kidding me? Look at that. Look at that. Plow again. Yeah, the plow's going to go slow too, man. The plow's going to go slow. It's going to come on. Oh, oops. Didn't see the black blob. Come on. Are you kidding me? And honestly, yeah, look at the lights on Franken truck. Look at that shit, dude. Give me a break. Oh, here it comes. There it is. Like, come on, dude. You're not going to see a bot. It's right there. Give me a break. So, yeah. There you go. We have such talented people on our side. All right, so back to this tester. So that's what Lucky would have seen if a body was there.
What obstructions were there at the time when you first passed the Alberts residence?
None.
Were you familiar with the area of the flagpole on the left side of the property?
Yes.
Now, when you are plowing, sir, where is your attention focused?
My attention is focused out the front window to the right and to the left.
Why?
I am looking for pedestrians. I'm looking for residents that may be backing out,
Here it is.
not aware that I'm there, and God forbid, animals.
How much of the time that you're plowing are you scanning?
I was driving in when that happened, and I'm like, he said it. He said it again. He said it again, and God forbid any animals. I love it.
All the time.
Now, as you were passing 34 Fairview, could you see the area of the flagpole at 2:45 in the morning, sir?
Yes.
What was on the ground on the Albert's lawn at that point in the area of the flagpole?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Did you see a 6'1", 216-pound man lying on that
I saw
lawn?
nothing.
No.
Now, after plowing Fairview with the Albert's residence to your right, what do you do?
I go to the very end, take a left onto Chapman Street, back down Chapman Street, and then take a left back onto Fairview.
And are you plowing the whole time?
Yes.
So you get to, in this diagram, Exhibit 49, we don't have to turn the lights off. I think we can
So
see
we
it.
went down Fairview
you're
once.
traveling in a down direction, correct?
Correct.
And he's going to go down again.
You would hit Chapman Street. Is that fair to say? That's
Coming from the south
Correct.
now.
You do some type of three-point turn and go back down Fairview?
Yes.
How long does it take you to get from 34 Fairview the first time to get to Chapman Street?
5 minutes.
Maybe 5-10 minutes.
And then how long does it take you to get from Chapman Street back down so that you're now passing 34 Fairview again?
5-10
Again,
minutes.
it's about 5-10 minutes.
And when you're coming back down, what side of the road is 34 Fairview?
Left.
On my left.
When you pass 34 Fairview at that time, are there any obstructions preventing you from seeing the front lawn?
Nope.
None.
Was there any difference in the lighting on your truck when you were coming back down?
No.
Where was your attention focused when you're passing 34 Fairview on your left?
Again, out the front, right and left.
And how much of that front lawn are you able to see on 34 Fairview when you're coming back down from Chapman?
I can see everything. I can see right up to the front door.
What did you see on the front lawn of 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022 when you're making the second pass by 34 Fairview in the area of the flagpole?
I saw nothing.
I saw nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing.
You've made an up and down pass, sir, correct?
There's nobody there.
Once you pass 34 Fairview for that first up and
Nobody.
down pass, where do you go?
I then go do Spring Lane, and I do that top and bottom.
And is there a point in time when you come back to the area of Fairview Road?
Yes.
That second time now that you're coming back, I'm counting the up and down pass as the first time.
Okay.
You with me?
Yep.
That second time now that you're coming back, about how long is it after the first time?
About 45 minutes.
So now it's about what time that you're coming for the
3:30.
second time to this area?
3:30.
Oh.
And when you come back to the area of Fairview Road, the second time, are you on the Cedar Crest side, which is on the top of Exhibit 49, or the Chapman side,
Cedar
which is on the
Crest.
bottom of Exhibit 49?
I'm on the Cedar Crest side.
And when you approach it from the Cedar Crest side, are you approaching from the same direction that you did for the first
Yes.
time up and down pass, or a different direction?
Same direction.
All right, so you're now coming down Cedar Crest again, correct?
Correct.
Fairview's on your left.
Yes.
Same deal.
Did you take that left, or did you do something else?
I did not take the left.
I went down
At
Cedar
that point,
Crest.
I could have taken the left. I can make a decision depending on how much note. I take the right onto Fairview.
Okay.
How was the weather at 3:30 in the morning when you're now in that area of Fairview and Cedar Crest?
Snowing.
It's snowing fairly hard now.
Do you recall how much snow was on the ground at that point?
Maybe 2-3 inches.
Not even.
And at about 3:30 in the morning, how far could you see in front of you? Again, straight and diagonally in front of you,
As far as my eyes would let me see.
as a result of the lighting on your truck.
Correct.
Now, you take the right onto Fairview. Describe to the jury what you see in the road at that point.
As I make my right onto Fairview, I notice that there's a vehicle on the right-hand side, roughly in the area of the flagpole, in front of 34 Fairview.
Okay. And did you make note of what type of vehicle that was?
Yes.
What type of vehicle was that?
A Ford Edge.
Ford Edge.
What direction was that vehicle parked when you saw it?
It was parked nose going up Fairview.
Toward Chapman?
Yes.
So you're coming up from behind it?
Correct.
Do you see the rear of that vehicle?
Yes.
And was it parked adjacent to the Albert property, or was it across the street from the Albert property?
Adjacent to the Albert family.
And how close to the area of the flagpole was that Ford Edge parked at 3:30 in the morning?
Wicked close.
I can't give you an exact measurement, but looking at the front door, it was about 3 feet to the left of the front door in the area of the flagpole. So in between the front door and
Right
the
where the
flagpole.
body should have been.
Now, what caused you to remember that there was a Ford Edge parked at 3:30 outside the Albert's residence that night?
For as long as I can remember, they have never parked a vehicle in front of their house. They've always had enough ample parking in the driveway.
Yeah, they got a big
What
driveway.
policies or protocols of the DPW are enforced when vehicles are parked on the street
Tow 'em.
or the road during a snow emergency?
Tow them.
There is no parking allowed. We are supposed to notify our supervisor when there is a vehicle in the way. At that point, the supervisor will make attempt to call the resident or have the police show up at the resident.
This
And then
guy's
if they
so
can't get the
he's
car
so
removed, the
serious
car
about
gets
his
towed.
job. I love it.
Sir, did you follow protocol that night?
I did not.
Why not?
Knowing the Albert family, knowing that there was a first responder, I gave them respect and opted not to follow procedures.
Professional courtesy. And honestly, that line right there just kind of more strengthened. So you were giving them, you are so respectful of the Albert family that you gave them a professional courtesy you might not give to someone else because they're the Alberts. Oh, so that's a family with a lot of sway in town, and you would have no reason to want to lie to hurt the Alberts, would you? At all. Right?
How did the presence of that Ford Edge parked on the side of the road affect your direction of travel?
I had to go around the vehicle.
How did you maneuver around it?
I had to maneuver to the left, go up, and then maneuver back right into my lane, and then continue up Fairview.
And at any point when you were maneuvering to the left and then angling back to the right, could you see part of the front lawn of the Alberts?
Yes.
Were you able to see any part of the area around the flagpole?
Yes, as I maneuvered back right.
3 times now.
And when you maneuvered back right and saw that area, what, if anything, did you see on the ground in the area of the flagpole?
I saw nothing.
All right. So now you've passed 34 Fairview again. Where do you go?
I go back to the top of Chapman, and again, I do a left and a right and head back down Fairview.
Another 3-point turn.
Correct.
So now you're doing your second up and down, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you then enter Fairview again, coming back down from Chapman. And how long does it take you to get back down to the area of 34 Fairview?
Again, about 5-10 minutes.
Now, you are now approaching 34 Fairview, and it's on your right or your left this time?
Again, it's on my left.
What, if anything, did you see in the road at that point?
Again, I saw the Ford Edge in the road.
Now it's on your left side?
Yes.
Did it appear to be in the identical position as when you came up the street toward Chapman?
Yes.
How much of the area of the flagpole were you able to see this time as you're coming back down from Chapman?
It was obstructed, so I wasn't able to see as much as the first time, but I was still able to see the flagpole.
What did you see on the ground in the area of the flagpole at now 3:35, 3:40 in the morning?
I saw nothing.
Nothing.
All right, so now you've done your second up and down pass, correct?
Right. Correct. Being away from Fairview.
And about how long did it take you before you came back to the area of Fairview Road?
About 3 hours.
So now it's 3 hours he's taking. Now keep in mind, this Ford, again, 2:30 goes by, nobody. 3:30 or 2:45, nobody. 3:30, nobody, and a Ford Edge. A Ford Edge has appeared there. And then doesn't come back ever until 6 o'clock. Karen Reed arrives, body. Nobody, Ford Edge, then body. That's it. Whoever's driving that Ford Edge, and this is what I said when I was arrested, as I was brought into the police station. I mean, who can forget? Like, I'm sure this video's out there. Turtleboy arrested. Let's see if we can get the video of this. All right. I mean, this is what I asked. I mean, this was like such an important question. Hold on. I got to find this. Here it is. Here it is. Ready?
Do you have anything to say to the charges? What do you have to say?
I hope they find that Ford Edge that was parked outside.
Fuck you. Who's yelling at me? Who's yelling? Go to hell, buddy. Fuck you. Oh, there's Twisted Tragedies. So we
got you.
Listen to those guys yelling at me. Who were those guys?
Do you have anything to say to the charges? What do you have to say?
I hope they find that Ford Edge that was parked outside.
Fuck you.
We got you.
Go to hell, Aidan Kearney.
Do you have anything to say to the charges? What do you have to say?
I hope they find that Ford Edge that was parked outside.
And that's Hardman right there.
We got you. We got you.
Anyway, look at this chick too. Look at this cop here with their fucking police vest on. Like, some of these cops, they just like to play dress up. Like, oh, let me put my vest on. And I'll be like, oh, I might get shot at the courthouse by Turtleboy. I'm such a badass. I'm not just any chick. I'm a police chick. I'm a woman. I'm a badass chick. I'm like Kelly Deaver with my police vest. You know, she feels so cool fucking putting that on. Ooh, I don't know who she is, but she fucking probably thinks Karen Reed's guilty and she can burn in fucking hell. So anyway, back to this. So that's why I shouted that out when I was arrested for a reason. because I had an hour and a half to think about, or an hour, 15 minutes driving from the Holden Police Barracks, State Police Barracks to the Stoughton Court to get my ass arraigned. And the whole time I was thinking, like, I'm going to have about 15-second perp walk here, and I got to say something. So what am I going to yell? And I'm going to yell, I hope they find that Ford Edge that was parked outside of 34 Fairview Road. Because when I wrote this story in August of 2023, I was arrested 2 months later. They had not done a single thing to find out the driver of that Ford Edge. I'm sorry. That's all you need to know about that. The fact that this is a cover up. If you don't see if the Ford Edge doesn't tell you this is a cover up, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. The police are alerted by an eyewitness. Let's suppose there was an innocent mistake. They just didn't know about Lucky Loughran. It was an innocent mistake. Michael Trotta gave them the wrong information and they didn't realize he plowed Fairview Road. Okay, fine. Innocent mistake. Well, now you know. Now you know he did plow the Fairview Road and there was no body there and he saw a Ford Edge parked there. So if you're investigating the murder of a police officer and you find out that a Ford Edge was parked directly next to a spot where no body existed, and then the Ford Edge got there and then a body existed, you're going to find that fucking Ford Edge. That's going to be top priority. Number one, figure out who was driving that car. And guess what? It doesn't even matter if it's a Ford Edge. It has 4 wheels and says vroom, vroom. And John O'Keefe was allegedly hit by a car. That's what they determined, right? John was hit by a car. So that's a car. It's a car. So whoever's driving that car is either a suspect or an eyewitness. One of the two. Either way, you need to speak with them. You need to find them. And the fact that they did nothing, the fact that they have not even fucking bothered to look into that lead, that they immediately dismissed it as irrelevant, tells you everything you need to know. That's why I said that when I walked into the courtroom. That is why I said on my way into court, when I could have said fucking anything, I hope they find that Ford Edge. Because I wanted to be asked about. Like, that is the first thing I bring up when I show that this is a cover-up. They have not looked in to who was driving that fucking car, period. Done. Anyway, back to Lucky's testimony.
So what is your best estimate of this third time that you're now approaching Fairview Road?
About 6:15.
And that'd be a.m.?
A.m.
On January 29th?
Yes.
Now, this time when you approach Fairview Road, did you come from the Cedar Crest side or the Chapman side?
I came from Chapman Street side.
And when you turned, did you turn left or right from Chapman Street to get down to Fairview?
I turned right.
And once you turned right, did something unusual happen?
Yes, I noticed there were blue lights behind me, forcing me to pull over to the side of the road.
Did you recognize the vehicles that had, or vehicle? I didn't ask you if there was more than one, but did you recognize what type of vehicle or vehicles there were?
Yes, they were police vehicles.
Which vehicle was traveling more quickly, the police vehicle or Franken truck?
The police vehicle.
Are they when you're coming down Fairview from Chapman Street?
3. I noticed the police cars had the road blocked off and preventing me from going to Cedar Crest.
And with regard to the lighting on those police...
And they were parked, blocking the road through that road. And then I exit carriage lane and go to the left.
And going to the left would send you back toward Chapman Street, correct?
Correct.
And once you leave the area, do you recall what time you finished your shift on January 29th?
I honestly don't know. I don't know. Okay. I don't remember. I'm sorry.
At the time you were approached by anybody connected within this investigation on either side, if you recall?
About 2 weeks.
Who was it that approached you at that time?
First name is Paul, and he described himself as a private investigator for the defense team.
Prior to hearing from the defense private investigator, had you ever heard from anybody from any police department whatsoever?
No.
Do you know who Michael Proctor is?
I do.
Oh, that.
And did Michael Proctor ever call you or contact you at all in those 2 weeks?
No.
Where did the defense investigator approach you, if you recall?
He approached me at my place of work, which was at the Canton Ice Rink, Metropolis Ice Rink.
And what were you doing at the ice rink?
I was operating the Zamboni.
Now, without telling us,
of course he was.
Did you speak to the defense investigator?
Yes, I did.
And at some point, did you do something with the defense investigator?
Yes, I met him for a second time at the Kennedy School, and then we both drove my route.
So Paul Makowski, who is Karen Reed's private investigator, they're like, there has to be, he's smart. He's a cop. He's like a former Medford cop. He's like, there has to be an eyewitness, and who's going to be a better eyewitness than a plow driver, right? So we have to find the plow driver. So they go down and they speak with the director of plow services, Billy Walsh and Michael Trotta. And I went and interviewed both of these people too. This is my interview with Billy Walsh. They make you watch a fucking commercial on Rumble. Another commercial. Really, Rumble? Okay. Is there no sound in this?
They said he's here. Okay, from Michael Trotta, asking some questions here about some testimony here. Is lucky. Hi, I'm looking for Michael Trotta.
He's at town hall.
He's at the town hall. Okay. Is Lucky Loughran working today?
He knows something's up.
I'm a reporter.
This is not for the public.
Yeah, it is. It's the DPW, is it not? Why isn't it for the public?
It's not public.
It is for the public.
Please remove.
Well, is Lucky Loughran working today?
Can you just remove yourself, please?
We're here to investigate the murder of John
I
O'Keefe.
know who you are.
Okay.
Leave.
But,
just leave.
well, it's a public place, isn't
Leave.
it?
No, it's not. Leave.
Sure it is. It's Department of Public Works.
Leave,
It's pretty sure that's public.
Okay, but where can we find Michael Trotta?
He's at town hall.
They said he's here.
No, his office is at town hall.
Do you have his phone number?
No. Can you please remove yourself?
Okay, who are you?
Please remove yourself.
Well, can you identify yourself first?
Can you please remove yourself?
I'll
I'll tell you a little outside.
You're going to come out with me?
Yeah.
Okay, and you're going to tell me your name?
Yeah.
Okay.
I know who you are. I know who you are.
He's at town hall lower floor. My name is Billy Walsh.
Oh, you're Billy Walsh. Oh, so you're the one that sent Lucky Loughran out that night, correct?
I have no comment.
But you did send him out that
I
night.
have no comment.
And do you guys employ a company called By the Yard?
I have no comment.
Does the town of Canton does the Canton DPW plow all of the roads in Canton?
Correct.
Okay, so there's no company
Correct.
called By the Yard that
I have
subcontracts?
no comment.
But you guys, so would Fairview Road be under the purview
I have
of
no
the,
comment.
Like,
but you said you plow all the roads.
I have no comment.
Why not?
I just have no comment.
But it's a pretty straightforward question.
Thank you.
Can you answer?
and this shit, it's like, dude, this is how I knew something was going on here. Because it's a pretty simple thing. You guys plow Fairview Road. Clearly, they had been told, do not talk to any reporters about this. Cover this up. This is what a cover up looks like. When guys like Billy Walsh are told, who's obviously not in on Freeman, Karen Reed or anything like that, but who is just like, I can't talk about plowing roads. That's top secret information that we're not allowed to talk about. You know, we're not allowed to talk about that. So this makes me think that they're covering something up here. And then I go and I speak with Trotta. And, you know, the reason I want to speak with Trotta, he's the boss, because I had by this point seen this police report. This is Michael Proctor. This is signed by Michael Proctor, this police report. It says on February 3rd, 2022, I conducted a phone interview with Michael Trotta, an employee of the town of Canton. He coordinates plow and sanding trucks during storms. He stated that Canton uses town equipment to treat the roads, with the exception of one company. He stated a company called By the Yard is used to assist with plowing the roadways. Okay, so a company called By the Yard, that's whatever. I later find out that company is a dummy company that didn't exist on February 3rd, 2022. But okay. And it was a company that incorporated shortly after I began writing about this, just in case I looked up their stuff. So they incorporated them. And it says Michael stated drivers met at Boulevard at 2:30, consistent with Lucky's story, and then left to clear the roadways. The company By the Yard was not called in until 3:30 that morning. Michael stated trucks were out sanding earlier, but they only concentrate on major roadways in Canton and they would not travel down Fairview Road. So there is a police report signed by Michael Proctor that says the town of Canton does not plow Fairview Road. And I'm like, that, so by the yard, a private company only plows it. I already know this is a lie. So I read that report. I'm like, that's a lie. Because I knew that Lucky Loughran had plowed it. So I'm like, well, who's lying? Is Michael Trotta lying to Michael Proctor? Or is Michael Proctor putting words in Michael Trotta's mouth? And so I do this crazy thing called doing a journalism, and I go and speak with Michael Trotta. That's the guy I was looking for when I found Billy Walsh.
Watch
Okay.
what smoothies do to our body.
Oh, that's nice.
Are smoothies a good option?
They are probably one of the biggest.
Okay.
Have you ever wished for peace and quiet again? Here's something worth hearing.
Tinnitus can feel.
Okay.
If you have a big truck, you get a little bit more than if you have a small truck.
Right.
But those rates are generally set here. You give me a written request for written public information request and where you want it sent to.
Okay.
You can come back and pick it up.
Can you do it via email? I live about an hour
Yeah.
and a half away. Whatever's not to speak with me in particular. Or
Not
anyone.
at town.canton.ma.us.
Okay. And
TROTTA.
did you, was there a directive from the DPW to employees, plow drivers, not to speak with me in particular? Or
Not that I know.
or anyone from the media?
No, not that I know.
Because Lucky Loughran and others said that there was a directive not to.
There was a general email or a general reaffirmation of a policy of what to do when you are.
The First Amendment auditor email?
I don't know. It didn't come from me. It came from
Duty.
Yes.
Okay.
Charlie.
So there was nothing other than that?
No.
Okay. Has Lucky Loughran been reprimanded since he spoke with me last week about what happened?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so they would not be in trouble at all?
Lucky is not in trouble at all.
Okay. Okay.
Not at all.
All right.
Because that was Lucky's biggest worry when he spoke to me was I don't want to lose my job. He was very concerned because they had created an atmosphere of fear. And they said, don't talk. You can't talk to reporters about this. You can't talk to anyone about this. You can't be open about this. You can't tell people what you saw that night. And I start holding a light up to this. And he's like, whoa, we never said that. Lucky has nothing to fear. And I made Lucky Loughran feel safe. Lucky Loughran was operating in a system where he felt like if he's told the truth and he came forward and he said what he saw that night, that he was going to lose his job. That was Lucky's biggest fear. Lucky just wants to plow the roads. Let Lucky plow. Okay. And I kind of came in there and put a spotlight on it. And now you can't fire him because everyone's watching you. And he's like, no, we would never do that. We would never do that. And so I asked him this.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
All right.
With the state.
Not necessarily.
Oh, they don't.
You can be
Or can they just hire anyone?
something about a vote of the corporation of the right insurance, 15, 16 different people.
To subcontract.
Yes.
Okay, because I'm just a little confused. Like the Canton DPW doesn't have the resources to plow all the roads in town. So you have to hire a company to do it.
I think you'll find that most cities and towns can't plow or meet the responsibilities that they have for plowing all the streets with just their equipment. So most cities and towns, including the state, have to go out and hire people or contractors to assist them in plowing. So yes, does the town need help? Yes.
Okay. Do you have any idea why Lucky Loughran would have told me that the FBI confronted him with GPS data from his truck showing that they were working on January 29th?
No, they weren't working. And I don't know why.
You're 100% positive.
I am 100% positive that they weren't working.
So, and they just magically or the accident?
They are not necessarily 100% reliable. No.
Okay, because he specifically states in there that you told him that.
Hold on. I want to play it.
Plow drivers.
Got them all. Billy Walsh.
Yeah.
Got them all fixed.
So this is where I confront him about the Proctor police report. Is it true? Were you lying or was Michael Proctor lying?
I don't know.
Have you read Michael Proctor's interview with you or his report about his interview with you?
No.
Okay, because he specifically states in there that you told him that the plow drivers for the town only do the busy roads and that the side roads like Fairview are subcontracted to by the yard and that they did not get out until at least 3:30. So he specifically said that a town employee like Lucky Loughran would not be plowing Fairview Road, yet he was. Do you?
No, now you asked me something that was a year and a half ago. Typically what happens at the beginning of the storm, and I don't know the exact timing now, sitting here talking to you right now, I would have to sit down with Billy Walsh and ask. I believe it started snowing. I shouldn't say because I'm not positive.
It started showing around midnight.
Yes,
Yeah.
and we don't usually go out plowing until there's 2 inches of snow on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
They go out and they do sanding and salting. And when they go out and do sanding and salting, they usually are on the main roads, the arterials and the collectors, and they don't necessarily go up and down every side road. Once we start plowing.
Once we start plowing.
Be there at 2:30 then.
Beware.
On Fairview.
He told me that he plowed Fairview Road at 2:30.
I don't know. I don't know when they started, and I don't know. They don't necessarily. I don't know how he does his route. I don't know where he
He
starts
told
or
me
where
he
he
came
finishes.
down Cedar Crest from Dedham, and
Yeah.
then he went down Fairview that way.
That's quite possible.
Okay.
There you go.
And he said he went back later on and he couldn't do a street because there was a car parked in front of 34 Fairview, so he just went another way.
That may have been. I don't know.
Yeah, it just because he doesn't work for, he works for the town, correct?
Yes, he does.
So when Trooper Proctor said in his report that by the yard does Fairview Road, that's an inaccurate statement.
I'm not saying it's. I would not say it's inaccurate because he.
Listen, they
he
both
may,
do.
He may do Fairview Road because he is down in that section.
But he doesn't work for by the yard.
Who?
Lucky.
No, by the yard and Lucky Loughran are assigned to the same route.
Why would the town assign? Why would you guys both do the same street?
Because it is our policy to try to have 2 people on a route. A route could be 2.5 to 3.5 miles long.
Okay.
So depending on what the snow is, the rate of snow, you could be down this piece of the route and concentrating on that. And by the time you got back over here, there might be another 2 inches.
So there you go. There you go. The both by the yard and Lucky in the town of Canton. So the private company and the town both plow Fairview Road. They both plow it. So Michael Proctor's report is a lie. This guy was like too polite to call Michael Proctor a liar. But this report is a lie because it says that Michael stated trucks were out sanding earlier, but only concentrate on major roadways and would not travel down Fairview Road. He never said that. Michael Proctor lied in this report. Why did he lie in this report? Because this report gives him an excuse not to speak with Lucky Loughran. That's a cover-up. It's not what they did do. It's what they didn't do. He maliciously went out of his way on February 3rd to make up a lie, make up an interview, lie in his, he definitely spoke with Trotta, but Trotta didn't say this. He lied about it. He lied about what Trotta said, and I got him. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what award-winning journalism looks like. That's what you do. You get police reports. You're like, this doesn't sound right. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get my fucking car. I'm going to drive to Canton, and I'm just going to start asking questions. I'm going to ask questions. I'm looking for Michael Trotta. He's not there. I'm going to speak with Billy Walsh. He's going to give me the runaround. He's going to send me back there. I'm going to find Michael Trotta. And I did. And I got Michael Trotter to tell me that this report is a lie. This report is inaccurate. Michael Proctor, disgraced Michael Proctor, lied on purpose to cover this up, period. No one else in the game is doing this sort of journalism. No one. Like, I've been all over this story since day one, and that's why they don't like it. And I spoke with Lucky. So let's get back to what Lucky was saying on the stand.
Skipping ahead to the next year, sir, 2023, were you approached by law enforcement officers who were not Canton Police or Massachusetts State Police?
Yes.
Without telling us what
FBI.
you told them, did you speak to them?
Yes.
Before speaking to them in 2023.
So let me explain my history with Lucky. Let me get into this because they're going to get into this a little bit later. So, because he's talking about Lucky speaking with the FBI. So I became aware of the existence of Lucky Loughran in early June of 2023. And I'm like, well, someone needs to speak with him. So I decided to do this crazy thing called doing a journalism. And I messaged him on Facebook because I noticed he was on Facebook. And this is the blog that was entered into evidence today. And I'll read it out loud to you. It's alleged that Karen dropped off her boyfriend somewhere between 12:20 and 12:45 before intentionally murdering him with a 3-point turn somehow. That's an old version of this. Karen felt confident bumping him with the back of her car would sufficiently kill him. He wouldn't get up, walk inside the house, and alert the house full of law enforcement friends and family that his girlfriend just tried to murder him. She then drove home, deleted all ring footage of her arriving at the house, and intentionally left an incriminating voicemail with the boyfriend she assumed was dead, telling him that she hated him. At 5 a.m., she went out to meet up with Kerry Roberts and Jen McCabe. Miraculously, she was the only one in their party to see his body. And blah, 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 blah. Okay. This is how much snow was on the ground at the time. And this is 34 Fairview. Okay. They're lying. None of these people saw a body. Okay. We know all of this means one of two things. All of these people are lying about not seeing a body, or O'Keefe's body was not on the lawn when the final guest left at 1:47, or there was peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Okay. So these people claim they didn't see a body, but what is being lost in all this is that if Karen Reed had left John O'Keefe to die at 12:30, then anyone driving down that street between 12:30 and 6 a.m. would have seen his body. Although most people don't drive in the middle of the night during the beginning of a snowstorm, some people do, and they're called plow drivers. There is no mention of Michael Proctor speaking to anyone from the Canton DPW or tracking in any sort of court documents at this time. We've requested the official police report from the state police, but haven't heard back. We called Michael Trotta, but he has not returned our calls. This is before I found Trotta. Okay. Remember, Trotta was giving me the runaround, and that's when I did that whole video about like, I'll be back. You know, you haven't seen the last of me. I was talking about Trotta and the lady with the boy's regular haircut. That's who I'm not talking about. The McAlberts. I got indicted for that, and I wasn't even talking about the McAlberts. So, despite this obvious obstruction from town officials, we found out who the plow driver was, Brian Lucky Loughran. So I went on his Facebook and I found pictures of Brian. Okay. He's a lifelong Canton resident, and his brother Michael is on the select board with Chicken Parm Charlie. Chris Albert. That's Michael Loughran right there. All right. And Chris Albert's campaign got $100 from Michael Loughran, as well as donations from Ken Berkowitz and others. So this is the kind of shit. Who else donated? Kevin Albert, Jill Dan. Oh, obviously family members did, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So the key here is Mike Loughran donates to Chris Albert. And here's Jill Daniels supporting Michael Loughran. And this is the chick that drove Jill Daniels. Jill Daniels has a lot of filters in this picture, but this is the picture who drove Jill Daniels. That woman is the one who, I recognize that face because I don't even know her name. She's the one that drove her to the CF McCarthy's incident. But yeah, I mean, I posted these and Hank made it sound nefarious today. I went on his Facebook and found all these. It's called research. All right. And so I point out that Lucky used to work for Chris and does plowing for the town. Sources tell us that the Alberts picked on him, but accepted him as one of their own. We know in multiple sources in Canton that Lucky was the person who plowed Fairview Road. We know the Commonwealth alleged that John O'Keefe was there at the time. We know if Lucky saw a body, he would have reported it. We know that he did not do that. Therefore, we can assume that he did not see John O'Keefe's body. So this is before I spoke with Lucky Loughran. All I know about him now is he's the guy that plowed the road and he didn't report finding a body, so he must not have seen one. So, he is currently grieving the loss of his wife, Michelle. Okay. And Chris Albert, this is right around when his wife died, is liking a lot of his posts. And I go on Lucky's friend list and it's all McAlberts. Okay. So he knows them. And a family member of Lucky's, Gina McCann, posts about the loss and how they need help. And look who offers to help, Chris Albert. So the Alberts are keeping this guy close because they know we got to keep Lucky happy because Lucky is bad news for us if he starts talking. Okay. And they all know each other. So I message him. I said, I'm sorry. I go, Brian Loughran appears to have withheld evidence that not only can exonerate Karen Reed, but bring John O'Keefe's murderers to justice. Doing that makes him complicit with cop killers. So like, this is what Hank is talking about today, that I'm threatening him, that I'm, whatever. Like I was at the time, it appeared as if Lucky Loughran knew information that he wasn't saying. And I knew that the private investigator, Karen Reed's private investigator, had found Lucky Loughran within a week of John O'Keefe dying. And he told them, yeah, I went up and down that road and there was no body on the road, but there was a Ford Edge. Karen Reed knew about the Ford Edge within 1 week of John dying. That's how she knew this was fucking a cover up. Like she's putting this together. Holy shit. Okay. But David Yannetti asked to meet up with him to sign an affidavit, and they had plans to meet up, and Lucky ghosted them. Lucky didn't show up. Lucky stopped returning phone calls from the private investigator and from David Yannetti. So I assumed that Lucky was they got to him, that they're pressuring Lucky not to speak and not to sign an affidavit and not to go on the record because it's really bad if Lucky goes forward. That's what it appeared to happen here, right? Like you got Chris Albert openly kissing his ass, pretending to give a shit about him. The same shit Jen McCabe's doing with Peggy O'Keefe. It's the same fucking script. Keep Lucky happy. And so I see what's going on here. And in my head, Lucky Loughran knows something here. And he appears to be covering it up, right? That's how this appeared to me, that this guy appears to be covering something up here. So, and I'm like, that's wrong. Like, that's morally wrong. That's the way I viewed this. Like, not only is an innocent woman being framed, but a guy has been murdered, a great guy, and the people who killed him are going free because he's not talking about this. Okay. So I think this is like a really big deal. And I'm like, what the fuck? And I get it. Like he's scared to come forward. This is around the same time I'm talking to Steve Scanlon. He's got the same shit. Steve Scanlon came forward February 3rd and said that John got beaten up inside the house. And then he ghosted them. He wouldn't sign an affidavit because he's scared. Are you getting the theme here? Everyone is scared of the McAlberts. They scare people in that town because they're powerful. And they are making me seem like I'm the aggressor. No, I'm the liberator. I'm the guy who came into that town and wasn't scared of the McAlberts. I'm the first person who stood up to them. And I let people like Lucky Loughran know you don't have to be scared anymore. The big bad wolf is dead. Okay? They don't run this town anymore. I run this town. I'm the mayor of Canton. I go down in front of Chris Albert's pizza shop and hold a sign and have fucking hundreds of people show up asking to take pictures of me and shit. And it drives them fucking nuts because I'm loved in Canton and they're hated. I liberated that fucking town. They were living under the grasp of these evil, deranged cop killers. And Lucky was understandably scared of them, I think. And so I messaged him. And I said, "Hi, Brian." I said, I do understand that he likely fears the Albert family, which is why I told him I would not mention his name if he didn't want me to. But he told me he wouldn't be answering any of my questions. I said, "Hi, Brian, I have a question." "Okay. Did you plow Fairview Road?" I knew he did, but I just wanted it on the record. And he said, I'm willing to keep your name out of this as I don't want you dragged into this. So like, if you're worried that I'm going to blast your name out there, don't worry about it. We can talk, I'll protect you. This is not threatening. This is my whole communication with them. And he goes, "I'm not answering any questions anymore." I'm sorry, this makes things difficult. What does that mean? Anymore, I thought. Well, this conversation happens in early June. As I found out in testimony today, the FBI visited Lucky on May 24th, the week prior. So by the time I got to him, he had already spoken with David Unetti's private investigator and 2 FBI agents. That's why anymore. I'm not answering questions anymore. I'm done talking about this. Okay. So I'm like, in my head, this guy is covering shit up. Cause I might have had some rants during one of my show. I say a lot of shit off the cuff. I wasn't happy with Lucky. I'm like, it appeared as if he was covering this up. I knew that he ghosted David Unetti and his private investigator. And I knew that he plowed Fairview Road and wasn't putting it on the record. You know what I mean? Wasn't signing an affidavit. And that's wrong, And I get that he's scared, but I'm here to make him feel safe. So I did one of my rants. Okay. And the Kofan Doofus and all these people are playing it today. And I basically said in my rant, you don't got to be scared of the McAlberts anymore. Daddy's here. Like I've liberated this town. We're good now, and you got to, you know what I mean? You can tell the truth. You can say what happened that night. And that's it. I didn't even say it to him. I'm saying it on my show. Okay. So that's not a threat. That's not a threat at all. I'm not going to hurt this guy or whatever. I'm just letting him know, bro, you're safe. It's going to be okay. So, but his wife died. And so I'm like, this guy's going through a lot. I'm going to give him some space. And I do. That's June 2023. Fast forward to August 2023. I'm in Jill Daniels' favorite place.
Okay, no, you don't, because you're a fucking loser. Oh, I went to Truro because somebody gave me a thing.
Okay, so I went to Truro because somebody gave me a thing. So I'm in Truro, Mass. I'm on vacation, August 7th, I think it was, 2023. And I'm working on vacation, and I talked to Lucky's family member, a member of Lucky's family, who messaged me and was like, I think Lucky will talk to you. I'm like, really? Okay. And so she gives me his phone number. And I call him and I'm like, "Hey, Lucky, it's Aidan Kearney from Turtleboy." "Oh, hi." "Yep." So would you mind I just wanted to ask you a couple questions about what happened. We have a 5 to 10 minute phone call, and he tells me everything. He tells me everything he said on the stand with David Yannetti. Plowing the road, no body, Fort Edge, blah, 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 blah. The whole story that you heard on the stand today, he tells me everything. All right. And then after that interview, I publish Canton Cover Up Part 93. Canton plow driver says he never saw John O'Keefe's body on Fairview Road and was threatened by the DPW not to speak with reporters. And then I do the interview with Trotta and Billy Walsh a week later. I'm like, did you guys really threaten Lucky? Because that's what he says. He says that his biggest concern when I talked to Lucky, when I published Part 93, Lucky called me the next day, freaking out. He was petrified that he was going to lose his job because of this story. He thought the Canton Cover Up Part 93 was going to cost him. He's like, they're going to know I talked to you. I'm like, Lucky, I'm a reporter and you did talk to me. What'd you think I was going to do? I'm writing a story. And so he's fucking scared. You should have heard this guy talk, and I get it. And when I talked to Lucky that time, I'm like, this guy is living in fear. This guy is a victim. This guy is being threatened by this code of silence in this town that you don't rat on the McAlberts, right? You don't talk about what happened January 29th. And Lucky's only got one thing on. There's only one thing Lucky wants in life: to plow the roads. Let Lucky plow. That's all Lucky wants to do, is plow the goddamn roads. And he's petrified that he's going to get fired. And so I then published Canton Cover Up Part 94 the next day. And I talk about By the Yard and this Dummy company that was formed. And the people are friends with Colin Albert, who own the company, and blah, 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 blah. Okay. So, and so I then do a show from my car that night because I'm on vacation, and I'll show you the show. All right. And it was with Dave McGrath, who I think has turned anti-Karen. Shame on you, Dave, if that's true. Dave has a wife who sucks, admittedly, and doesn't let him have opinions. So Dave, I guess he's turned on Karen Reed. He was so pro Karen Reed. He's Plevin's buddy, though. And his wife started posting some really horrible shit about Karen Reed and me online. And I asked him about it. And he's like, I'll get her to stop. But apparently she won that one. So I did he took down his whole channel, by the way. All the Dave videos are gone. I mean, what a sellout. But anyway, really disappointed in you, Dave. But I have this rant on here somewhere where I just go, leave Lucky alone.
Like Bev Canoni.
Hold on.
I did another story yesterday about a murder trial. Canton DPW drivers, including Lucky Loughran.
Days in the history of the site. Maybe they missed that.
Oh, this is when I did I did the show in the bathroom.
No, it's hot. Like this, like and you're now, and there is a way to find it.
Oh, yeah.
But like on my own personal knowledge, I could testify completely there too, if called upon as an expert witness to do so. Like I that. So you straighten up and fly right. Anyway, what's the other option? Just leave me alone. Let me plow my roads and live in Canton and just leave me alone, okay? And because I didn't sign up for any of this, I get that. But then eventually they said, no, you don't have that option. You're a witness in a murder trial. You have to talk.
I wasn't pooping.
We know you were there, Lucky, because we have GPS. So that means the FBI agent confronted him and said, with that data, and said, you need to do this. And I think that's when Lucky was probably starting to shit his pants. But like, am I going to get in trouble? I don't want to get in trouble for this. I didn't do anything wrong, and nor should you. Lucky. So you got nothing to worry about, my dude. Like all you got to do, I hate to say this as a conservative, but you got to trust the FBI, but it's your only choice.
Actually,
so he goes on to say there was one. Now I should have worded it, okay, right there immediately. Like 1% owns a CRV, 1% owns an Accord.
An affidavit at one.
He's not cooperating. He wanted to be like, and we know you were there, Lucky, because we have GPS. So that means the FBI agent, nothing to worry about, my dude. Like all you got, like, do you agree that's the most logical?
Yeah, I agree with the theory. I agree.
Car was used as a shield because it was Brian's. Immediately,
so I didn't timestamp this, but I do a rant here saying, I go nuts, and I'm like, leave Lucky alone. I gotta find it. Hold on.
Badge on through the use the call.
It's like what
And I'm like, really interesting stuff there. Right. Brock, come to me. I will tell you whatever
that the GPS
you what was going to be on every picture of Brian and Jill. His mother, these bad people, this evil drunken woman. She's just trying to blame poor little innocent Colin who makes videos threatening people. But you saw the comments from his mother on the comment. We can't establish a direct message to what happened. He couldn't have been in the house because he would have driven Colin home. So I don't think, tell Michael, like, we need Michael to come through here. Like, we need him.
Aidan, like a captain, Tully's boss. Don't you think there's got to be somebody?
That's why Colonel Barnes words to me. You got to be fired. Yeah, cops is violating your First Amendment. Put him there, and this guy call. The FBI has to pay here. Julie Nick, the trip, the full application with Lucky Loughran. I never promised any sort of anonymity or anything. I never said this is off the record. Nothing like that occurred. I wasn't expecting he was going to talk to me. He just kept talking. So I'm like, okay, because he wants to tell the truth.
Right.
He's not a bad person. He's anxious to tell the truth. So I think that it's like, if you're not going to talk to this guy who's completely willing to talk, you couldn't make it more obvious that you're trying to cover this whole thing up. Okay, he's a good guy, a hardworking guy who just didn't sign up for any of this and does not want to lose his job. I think that's his number one goal coming out of this. But I would say to Lucky Loughran, first of all, my dude, will have, like, there is an army behind you. We are not going to let them do this. They will not dare reprimand you, fire you, nothing. They will do nothing. If they even attempt to make 1 hour less of time for him or hurt him in any way possible, I will have a mob, a swarm of thousands of people invading Canton City Hall, and we will occupy it. And we will never stop protesting. You think it's uncomfortable now? Wait till we start showing up your little leagues. Like, things are about to get really, really uncomfortable. And that's not my fault. That's your thing. If you lay a finger on Lucky Loughran, you are going to have, like, you are going to see. If you thought that Kearney courthouse spectacle was something, that was nothing, man. Do not touch Lucky Loughran. You heard it here first. Hands off Lucky Loughran. He is 100% protected. You will not do anything to him. And so I want to assure Lucky, if he's watching right now, they're not going to do anything to you, Lucky. They will do nothing to you because we have your back. And we're a million times more powerful than those cowards. Did you see what happened at the Canton Select Board meeting tonight? There is an army of your people in town actively revolting against authority right now, who are not putting up with this any longer, who are following every single aspect of this. We will not allow you to touch Lucky Loughran. You don't have to worry. You're going to keep your job, Lucky.
It's just amazing that it would be up to you and Turtle Riders to protect him and not say the U.S. Attorney. It's amazing that you even have to say that.
Yeah. After this, when they were discussing, and I think he was worrying about, like, what are they talking about? Still emboldened by man. She now, when she shows up to court, she looks confident to Norwood like a rat. They are forming private Facebook groups, and I got a blog coming on this, led by a total of 93 members in it. It's called the McCabe Albert Crecilio. And multiple used to run Canton, and now I run Canton. I'm the mayor of Canton. So, like, you don't have to, like, I'm the most powerful person in Canton, Lucky. You don't have to worry about them anymore. The big bad wolf is dead. I slayed them. They're nothing. They're hiding in groups, and they're pissing their pants every single day, counting down the days of their freedom. Like, Jennifer McCabe is, like, every day she's a free woman, she's grateful for, because she knows that she's going to spend a significant amount of time in federal prison, and it's going to be glorious when that happens. So you don't have to worry. Like, what they're doing to you, Lucky, is violating your First Amendment rights and obstructing justice.
We're so optimistic back then. It's funny looking those, but you heard me there. I'm like, does that sound like somebody who's threatening Lucky Loughran? No, that's somebody who's telling a very scared man that you don't have to be scared, dude. And I think it worked. Like, he felt unsafe telling the truth. And then I let him know, bro, don't worry about, you don't have to feel unsafe anymore. Like, the big bad, you just stand up to the bullies. That's all I'm telling Lucky. That's not a threat. Telling somebody not to be scared, telling someone we have your back, that's not threatening. Hank made this sound so nefarious today. He's such a little bitch. And I know you're watching this show, Spanky. Like, I don't got receipts, motherfucker. And it would be so funny if some jurors were watching this shit too. Anyway, back to this.
Had you ever heard from former Trooper Michael Proctor or anybody from this investigation from the state police or Canton police?
No.
They never talked to him.
At some point, did you hear from the state police?
Yes.
That was after you'd already talked to the defense and to these other law enforcement officers who were not state police or Canton police?
Yes.
Second up and down pass, and then the third time you came.
Very strong.
I have no further questions.
All right.
For today, you've
All right,
talked
so
about
here
this
we
case
go.
many times.
Here we go. So here now, because I'm like, how is Hank going to handle this? This is bad testimony. He's probably going to talk like Lally did a basic one. Lally was like, okay, your vision's bad. You don't remember what time should happen. You fucked this up, blah, blah, blah. Oh, no. I was not expecting this from Spanky.
Yes.
You've interviewed with different law enforcement people as well as civilians and attorneys, haven't you?
Correct.
I have not been one of them.
No, you have not.
Is it fair to say that when you've recounted that night as far as times and what you saw, many times your memory has changed? Is that fair to say?
It has not.
It is not.
You spoke to a private investigator on behalf of the defense shortly after that night?
Yes.
Was that the first time that you spoke to somebody about what you had seen or not seen?
Yes.
That is the first time?
Yes.
Inevitably, over time, you have given statements to at least 4 different people, correct?
Correct.
And you've testified in court under oath?
Correct.
When he said 4 different people, that's when I knew he was going to talk about me, because the 4 different people are the private investigator, the FBI, me, and then the state police, in that order. That's how I knew he was going to talk about me when he said 4.
During the pendency from that night until today, it's fair to say there are many times where you have been intimidated, isn't it?
No.
You've been threatened?
Nope.
You were aware, sir, that you were being threatened by an online blogger?
I was not.
You're saying, as you sit here today, you have no awareness in the history of this case that you were being threatened by an online blogger?
I was not threatened by an online blogger.
Was the online blogger threatening or saying that he would expose you and tell personal things about you if you weren't helpful?
He was not threatening.
Let's remove the word threatening. Was the person communicating and making clear to you that if you didn't
So let me be very clear here. The videos the trolls are sharing are from June of 2023. This is before I ever spoke with him and interviewed him. This is when, in my opinion, Lucky was intentionally concealing the truth, right? And then I realized that he's only concealing the truth because he's scared. Okay. So to me, concealing the truth in a murder investigation is a huge deal. You know, Kelly Deaver is concealing the truth. These people are, who the fuck does that? You know, who conceals the truth like this? You got to tell the truth. Like, you got to say what happened. You got to say that there was no body if there was no body there. You got to tell the truth, you know? So, and this is when I tweeted out, you know, well, this is awkward. Things start, as soon as he said a blogger, like, everybody looks at me like, man, that's me. But I never threatened this mofo. And I remember just shaking my head like, no, I didn't threaten anyone. This guy talking. No, Hank's making shit up. I never threatened Lucky. I said bad things about him. Like, you might see some videos where I'm saying bad things about Lucky Loughran. Those are from June. The timing is important. Those are from June of 2023, where it appeared as if Lucky was intentionally not coming forward, was intentionally concealing the truth. Okay. That's what it appeared to be in June of 2023. Now, I don't threaten him or anything like that, but I think in one of the clips, I say that Brian Albert's going to find out what you did. And what was that? Brian Albert's going to find out that eventually Brian Albert's going to find out that you spoke with the FBI, that you spoke with the private investigator, that you've told the truth. Like, this is coming out either way. So if your worry is that Brian Albert is going to hurt you, you don't have to worry about that anymore. I neutered Brian Albert. He can't, the big bad wolf doesn't run this town anymore. That's what I was saying. And it's like, if I write about this, which I'm going to either way, Brian Albert's going to find out no matter what, that you talked about this. And so if that's what your worry is, they're going to find out either way. So you might as well tell the truth, right? That was what I was saying. So you might hear some clips about that, of me saying that. I might have even said, do the right thing, which is what Michael Cox told Kelly Deaver. And it wasn't witness intimidation. I don't fucking know. The most important point here is that whatever I said about Brian Lucky Loughran in June of 2023 didn't bother him. That's what he testified. None of this bothered him. He didn't consider any of this witness intimidation. You know why? Because he's not a bitch. Because Lucky Loughran is a man. He ain't no bitch. He doesn't tell grand juries that he's scared of Turtleboy, because that's embarrassing to say something like that as a man.
Testify in a certain way, there would be some consequence to you. Anytime from when you first spoke to the private investigator until today, were there communications made to you by an online blogger that there would be consequence for you if you didn't testify in a way that was acceptable to them?
No,
You listened, of course, didn't you, to podcasts that were about you?
I did not.
People told you about them.
Yes, they did.
When friends told you about them, you knew who that person was that was making those claims, correct?
Correct.
You were well aware the person had a very strong and large social media presence.
I didn't know how large or what his.
How much did that hurt, Spanky? Yeah, I do have a large social media presence. I got 12,255 people watching right now. Make sure you smash that subscribe button, baby. Oh, how much did that pain you, Spanky? Oh, keyword large, Spanky. Isn't that right? Large and powerful, right? Large and powerful. Something you'll never be, ever.
Presence were, but yes, I knew he had a blog.
Well, you know now because you follow that blogger now, don't you?
I do follow him, yes.
You pay for a subscription?
I do not.
You get one for free?
I did not.
And follow.
Did you get one for free? No, he's not in Turtle Club. And I didn't give him one. Nor would I. Now, I saw Brian Loughran. I saw him yesterday in the hallway. And I said, hey, Lucky, how you doing? Shook his hand. And I made sure no other communications. Today, I said nothing to him. I wanted to. I wanted to go up to Lucky Loughran after his testimony and said, you did great, man. I wanted to say that. But I didn't, because I don't want to fuck around with any sort of collusion shit here. I don't talk to Brian Loughran. We don't hang out on the weekends, right? We don't talk on the phone except for the time when I interviewed him. Our relationship has been professional in that capacity. And I'm not giving him a free Turtle Club membership because that could be viewed as a gift to a witness. And I'm not doing that. And that's the way I want to keep it. Okay. Nor should anyone. A lot of people are like, you know, you should get him a gift. No, you shouldn't. You shouldn't get him anything. Witnesses should not be given gifts or money or anything for their testimony, because we don't want any accusations of shit like that. Even though your intentions are good doing that, you know, we keep it professional around here. We don't want any accusations from these people. No gifts. It's an ethics thing. So there's that.
That blogger, you know full well the power that person has to
the
get
power
attention from the community to harass, correct?
To harass?
Yes.
And so during the pendency of this case, not only were you aware that you were being pressured to testify a certain way, you also need to be consequences. Isn't that true?
I'm going to allow that.
The premise of that question is not accurate.
So Hank's theory is that everything he just said about not seeing a body on there, he made it up because he's scared of Turtleboy. That's the premise that Spanky is going with.
So he can answer it.
You knew there was pressure for you to testify a certain way in this case, didn't you?
I did not know I was being required to testify a certain way. I was also at the time dealing with the loss of my wife.
Ooh.
I was not paying any attention to any social media.
Sorry for your loss, but you are aware during the
Sorry for your loss, but no, this was the moment Hank lost the jury. This guy talks about, I was dealing with the loss of my wife. That's it. Sorry for your loss, but now who's bullying, Spanky? You couldn't even be like, oh, I'm really sorry for your loss. Just wait, pause. Maybe a pause in there, something like that. He's like, I don't give a fuck about your wife. Sorry for your loss, but I'm trying to lynch a woman over here, an innocent woman. And I need your help. You got to say the Turtleboy pressured you. You got to say you were threatened, right? You were bullied and intimidated by Turtleboy into doing this. And this motherfucker held the line. This is the most honest person in Canton, Lucky Loughran.
Hence his case, that there has been pressure on you to testify in a certain way. Isn't that fair to say?
No.
So you can see the call from that.
And I also want to formally, if he's watching, I want to apologize to Lucky Loughran about the things that I said about him in June of 2023 in some of these video clips. I thought that he was intentionally concealing the truth. I overreacted. I should have just been patient. And you were Lucky Loughran is a very decent and honest person. And I jumped the gun there. Okay. But I never threatened him, but I said mean things about him that were wrong. And I apologize to Lucky Loughran for the mean things I've said about him in June of 2023, not threatening things, just mean things. So I'm sorry to Lucky Loughran for the things that I said. back to this.
Didn't you?
I did.
And during that call, did you know the person was recording you?
I did not.
You later learned that the person recorded you.
I did not.
Do you know that your conversations were spread throughout the community online?
I was.
So some of those communications or inquiries were claims that you would be exposed for personal matters if you didn't testify a certain way, weren't they?
No.
Inevitably, you've met this person, haven't you?
I've seen him. I haven't met him.
Have you ever spent time with him?
No, I have not.
You're still a follower of that blog.
I am.
When you follow the blog, do you read anything or do you watch it?
I am.
I don't do much anything towards the blogger.
As you follow it, you can see there are oftentimes articles about you.
No.
Haven't you ever
Not
been encouraged to do the right
oftentimes.
thing?
No.
Haven't you ever been celebrated after you testified in a way favorable for one
Yes.
person or the other?
Yes.
And so when you were being celebrated, that certainly took off any pressure that would be consequence, didn't it?
Ask it differently.
When you were celebrated for testifying a certain way, did you find that to be encouraging?
I'm going to allow it.
I did find it to be encouraging.
Did
but
you?
Yeah, like it's this crazy thing, Spanky. When you because everyone in this story is so dishonest and deceitful, it's a breath of fresh air when someone is honest. So yes, we celebrate that because it's rare. It's fucking rare. We shouldn't be celebrating this. This should be standard. This should be the default, but it's not. And that's why people cheered on Lucky Loughran. Of course, this was during the first trial when Rita was down there with the pom-poms. Come back, Rita. We miss you. All right. And they wore Lucky shirts, like Lucky. They had like leprechaun Lucky shirts, and they saw him outside of court and they took a picture with him. He didn't ask for them to take a picture. He's just on his way out. He's a nice guy. They asked to take a picture. And what's he going to say? No, I can't be in any pictures in case there's a mistrial. And then I'm accused of being in bed with you by this fucking shady porn lawyer, Hanky Brennan. Like the Michael Avenatti of fucking criminal defense. This guy.
I did not want it. I don't think I deserved it. All I was doing was my job and telling the truth.
Did you enjoy the attention that you got?
I did not.
Did you pose in photographs with people who support one side or the other?
I did.
And when you were in those photographs, are you saying that you didn't enjoy the attention that you were receiving?
I did not. Again, I was trying to be polite and trying to avoid any confrontation that may come from something if I said no.
I was trying to avoid a confrontation. This is the most honest motherfucker who ever lived. Why did you take a picture with these people? I was trying to be polite and trying to avoid a confrontation. Did you like it? Actually, no. I'm a very private person. I just want to plow the roads. I didn't ask to plow. I didn't ask for them to murder John O'Keefe and throw him on the lawn. I didn't sign up for any of this, actually. But here I am, and I just want to plow the roads. Thank you. And I made this man feel safe. This man felt unsafe until I came around, and I, in August of 2023, made him feel safe. Actually, that's a good thing, Spanky. It's actually a good thing to make witnesses feel safe. He was being intimidated into silence prior to this. And then I came along and I made him feel safe. So fuck you with your false narrative, Spanky, about me. It's bullshit. You act like I don't got receipts. You don't act, you act like I can't go on here and show chronologically what the fuck happened. We're not in your fucking courtroom anymore, and you don't have Auntie Bev to save you from the truth getting out now. And you know that I'm big and powerful. You fucking said that. And now everyone's going to see it because you were a dumbass and you drove traffic to my freaking channels today. And now I got like 1,000 more subscribers. Good job, Captain Dipshit.
From the district attorney's office ever suggest they would confront you or punish you if you didn't testify a certain way?
No.
How many friends contacted you about what was being said before you testified, the pressure? How many people told you about that?
I couldn't tell you. All my friends were telling me.
So you were hearing a lot of noise or information from your friend group and community about what was being said about you?
Yes.
And this was before you testified at the first trial, sir?
This was before.
Sir, you work hard, don't you?
I do.
You work many different jobs?
I do.
You try to be a good citizen?
I do.
You are not looking for attention?
I am not.
It was brought to you?
It was brought to me.
You wish you never had that attention, don't you?
Yes.
Because you just want to live your life the way you want to live it rather than have people you don't know attacking, criticizing, or intimidating you.
I'll allow that.
Could you repeat that, please?
Would it be fair to say that you simply want to live your life the way you've been living it without outside people attacking or pressuring or threatening you?
Yes.
Right. Exactly.
On June 5th, 2023, you were contacted by the defense private investigator, weren't you?
Oh,
You may
this,
not know
he
the case.
fucks
Were you
this up.
contacted twice by the private investigator?
I would need to know what time frame we're looking at.
So this dumb motherfucker, Spanky today, he noticed, so the blog I published about Lucky, the first one in which I published the screenshot of my message to him, that was June 5th, 2023, before I'd interviewed him. Karen Reed's PI spoke with him twice. He spoke with them on February 3rd or around then, 2022. And then Lucky ghosted him. And then he reconnects with him on June 5th, 2024, a full year after I wrote the article. But Spanky is such a lazy, dumbass motherfucker that he didn't look at the year. So he thinks, and that would be strange if the PI contacted him on the same day that I wrote this article. I'll give it to you. That would be a little weird, the timing. But it just happens to be June 5th, 2023. I write the article, and June 25th, 2024, when the PI speaks with him. And Hank doesn't realize that here. I don't think Hank knows the material very well.
Fair enough. By the way, the blogger that I speak of, do you know if he is friendly or supports one side over the other?
I know he is friendly towards one side, yes.
Okay. The side sitting in the back of the room?
I would say the defense team.
You've interacted with a private investigator hired by the defense?
Yes.
Have you also interacted with any of the attorneys?
Yes.
Which attorneys have you interacted with?
Mr. Yannetti.
Have you contacted or have you spoken to any other attorneys other than Mr. Yannetti?
Just Mr. Yannetti.
How many times have you spoken to Mr. Yannetti?
Again, what are we talking? First trial, this trial?
The entire time, from that night until today. Can you remember how many times have you
About
spoken?
5 times.
How many times have you gone in to be interviewed by him?
4 times?
During those interviews, were they spaced out over the course of this case?
Yes.
What was the purpose of those interviews?
To go over my testimony.
When you went over testimony, were you ever shown prior testimony?
Yes.
Were you shown prior reports?
No.
Were you shown a prior investigator's report?
Yes.
Were you shown a prior report by a law enforcement agency that is not the state police and not Camden?
Not by Mr. Yannetti. I saw that first document for the first
So the FBI agents, he's talking about that
time during the first trial.
When you were discussing your testimony, was there a discussion about the fact that the times that you gave the private investigator were different than the report from that law enforcement agency?
Could you repeat that question, please?
When you were preparing the trial in those meetings, was it brought up? Did you discuss that there was a difference in your memory, or at least in the reports, between what you told the defense private investigator and what you told that other law enforcement agency?
No.
Were you aware that there was a difference between the different statements put in your memory at the time?
The first trial, yes.
When you were with the defense preparing for trial, did you go over your testimony?
Yes.
Go over questions and answers?
Yes.
Were you ever subjected to a make-pretend cross-examination about issues that were important in this case?
No.
Were you ever pointed to any particular issues that were important to talk about in this case?
No.
When you did the questions and answers, were they written down or just a conversation?
So, can you repeat that one, please? I'm sorry.
When you went through the questions and answers and preparing, practicing for your testimony, were they written down?
So ask me to.
When you were preparing for your testimony, were the questions and answers written down, or was it just speaking?
Just speaking.
Those 4 times that you met, is that a guess, or was it 4 times?
It was about 4 times, yes.
Could it have been more?
No.
And during those 4 times, was there anything different other than going through questions and answers about testimony and preparation? Was there any other subjects you talked about?
There were none.
Did you ever receive any compensation, sir?
I received none.
Do you know whether people were sending you compensation that you didn't receive?
No.
You don't know?
I never received anything.
Were you given anything to bring home with you so that you could remember past testimony or some of the questions and answers that were going to be asked?
No.
How long were your meetings in preparation for your testimony?
About 45 minutes to an hour.
Were they all about the same time, or were they different? When you came into court last year, it's fair to say this is after you became aware of essentially being targeted, correct?
You can answer that if you can. Can you answer that, Mr. Loughran?
I can. I don't ever felt like I was being targeted.
This was after you received all the information from your friends and people in the community that you were being attacked.
I'll allow that.
Again, I don't feel like I was being targeted.
Are you concerned after this case what happens with the blogger that you follow?
No.
You talked about your meeting with the private investigator. The first time you met him, do you remember that meeting?
Yes.
Do you remember where you met him?
I met him at my place of employment.
Did you go anywhere with him that day?
No, I did not.
You had a conversation with him and you spoke about what you had remembered from that night?
Yes.
Do you remember when you spoke to that private investigator, you weren't sure how many times you went up and down Fairview that night? That you had said 2 or 3?
No, I told him I went up at 2:30 at 2. I told him at 3:30 I went up 2. Went up and down. And I told him about 3 hours later I went up and down. Excuse me, I went down and wasn't able to go around the police cruisers and had to turn around at Carriage Lane.
So Hank is now going to try to get him on. Instead of, he's abandoned, the plan A didn't work out. Plan A was like, you made this shit up because Turtleboy scared you, right? Like, and Lucky's like, nope, he can't. He's been asked 100 times about this, you know. And I saw a cool TikTok about this. I'm a TikToker now. I go on there. The baby TikToks I love. And this was like one of the best ones I've seen. Here it is.
Turtleboy. No, I do. You hate Turtleboy. No, I do not.
He's a good man, Savannah.
You were threatened. No. Turtleboy bullied you. No. You are in fear for your life because of Turtleboy. No. They forced you. Nope. Turtleboy kidnapped you and made you a prisoner. Nope.
The moment someone is living inside your head rent-free.
You hate Turtle.
Okay, that's basically what happened in court today. That's basically, did this light turn off? There we go. That's basically what happened. And I love that one. That's the most accurate one they've ever made. I love that one. You hate Turtleboy. Nope. Don't hate Turtleboy at all. Like he doesn't make me feel unsafe at all.
You mentioned that you believe you told the private investigator that you went.
So now he's going to do the whole, we're going to look at your testimony from the last trial and find out inconsistencies. So I'm going to bring up his old testimony now. And again, I don't have the timestamp, but I want to bring up the problem because this was a problem last trial. And this is like, they were looking for, Lucky was such a strong witness last trial, but according to Ronnie and them, he was the worst. And it's because he fucks up a time situation here, but I realized this was an honest mistake when he said it. So let me pull this up. Playback speed.
If there had been a 6'2", 200-pound man lying.
Anytime Paul taking you on the parking lot and showing you different vehicles and asking you if those vehicles matched what vehicle you saw.
No, so yes.
And so when you're driving by, you're looking for cars, your checkpoint around the truck, and then you go out and plow.
Correct.
Now, you were plowing on this street. Was there any other sort of subcontractor or anything else that was working plowing the roads? Correct?
Correct.
Now, these other people that you talked to in May of 2023, did you tell them at that time that you actually came in around 11:30 p.m. to 12 a.m.?
I don't remember that.
You don't remember that, or you didn't tell them?
I don't remember that.
So that would be a significant difference, 11:30 p.m. to 12 a.m. from 2:15 a.m. to 2:30 a.m., correct?
Correct.
So so the FBI report, or maybe Paul Mikowski's report, the PI, says that Lucky got into work at 11:30. That's a Scrivener's error. He did not. He got in there at 2:15. So he's like, I don't know why it says that. So what the fuck does it matter if there's nobody on the front lawn at 2:30? But this is the kind of nitpicking Lally tried to do instead of going the witness intimidation route.
Now, you also indicated to them at that time that you went past Fairview at approximately 12 a.m. and 2 a.m., correct?
12 a.m.?
I never did 12, but it was definitely 2:30,
So
2:40,
that
2:35.
would be inaccurate as well, correct?
Sustained, and only one person can talk at a time.
I apologize. I'm sorry, sir. Please continue and finish your answer.
I didn't hear the question.
Okay. Well, let me ask it again. So as far as if that was contained within a report regarding that conversation in May of 2023, that you went past Fairview Road or went down Fairview Road at 12 a.m. and 2 a.m., that would not be accurate, correct? Okay.
Sustained, ask it differently.
Did you go down Fairview Road at 12 a.m. and 2 a.m.?
No.
If that were contained in a report of your conversation you had in May of 2023, would that be accurate? Okay.
Sustained, ask it differently, Mr. Riley.
Now, as far as that conversation that you had in May of 2023, did you tell those individuals that you saw the vehicle around 1:30 or 2 in the morning?
Again, I don't remember ever saying that.
Is that accurate as far as whether or not you told them that?
Again, I don't remember saying that.
Did you see a vehicle around 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning?
I wasn't on the road at 1:30 or 2 o'clock in the morning.
Correct. Now, do you also recall telling those individuals that Fairview Road was blocked off by cruisers at about 3 or 3:30 in the morning?
Again, that would have been incorrect.
Do you recall saying?
So this whole timeline is off, but that Lally's reading is off by like 2 hours. You went out there at 2:30, not 12:30. The road was blocked off at 6 o'clock, not 3 o'clock. So this is off by a little bit. Now listen to
That's
this.
in May of 2023.
I do not.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
As to that conversation, are you finished, sir?
Yes.
May I approach this retrieval?
Yes.
Mr. Loughran, after having reviewed that as your memory refreshes as to that conversation you had in May of 2023,
No, it does not.
do you still, after reading that, don't recall telling anybody in May of 2023 that you came in around 11:30 p.m., 12 a.m. on the 28th, 29th?
I never came in at 11:30, 12:30 at night. It was 2:30 calling.
You don't recall indicating to anyone in May of 2023 that you went past Fairview at 12 a.m. and 2 a.m.?
Correct. Never did.
And you don't recall telling anyone that you saw the car around 1:30 or 2 a.m.? Is that correct?
Correct.
And you don't recall telling anybody that the part of Fairview containing 30.
Like, did the feds just do their report in Pacific time or some shit like that? Like, it's bizarre how their report is off by like 3 hours with everything. Everything in the report is off by 3 hours. And this is why probably Ronnie and them were like, this guy is a goof, because he's like, yeah, no, that's not what I said. It was actually this time. I don't know why the feds report said this, but this is apparently what the feds report says.
Before Fairview was blocked off at 3 or 3:30 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Now, if the part of Fairview that you were talking about,
Wait, what
you
do you
didn't say that in May of 2023, because at 3 or 3:30, the roadway wasn't blocked off, correct?
Correct.
It was blocked off sometime around 6 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And so if you had said that the roadway was blocked off at 3 or 3:30 in the morning, and it was actually 6, then when you saw the vehicle, it would have been off a little bit as well, correct? Okay.
Sustained.
What's the question? Look at him. He's
He's
like,
at 1:32 in the morning, with the road being blocked off at 3 or 3:30 in the morning. If the road's blocked off at 6 a.m., then that actually would have been, you saw a car sometime around 5 a.m., correct? Objection.
Sustained.
Sure you didn't see a black Lexus SUV in front of the house at
so if you were, listen to the question you just asked there.
34 Fairview block off, excuse me. Seeing the car at 1:32 in the morning, with the road being blocked off at 3 or 3:30 in the morning. If the road's blocked off at 6 a.m., then that actually would have been, you saw a car sometime around 5 a.m., correct? Objection.
Sustained.
Sure you didn't see a black Lexus SUV?
So he had said, this is where it gets, during his testimony, that, yeah, I went by there at 3:30. And then a couple hours, 2 hours later, I went by at 3:30, the Ford Edge was there. And then a couple hours later, 2 hours later, I couldn't go by there because the road was blocked off with police. So that, if you're doing the math, 3:30, 2 hours later, you're at 5:30. So that is inaccurate, of course, right? Because the cops were not there till past 6 o'clock when Karen Reed finds the body at 6:03 or 6:04, right? So this is just fucking math. Like, he says at 3:30, he drives by. There's a Ford Edge there. And then 2 hours later, he can't get back. He returns 2 hours later. He actually returned 3 hours later. So that's it. That's it. He's just doing them. But he agreed that he returned 2 hours later. He concedes that because he's just like, yeah, 2 hours later. It's actually 3. And that's what he should have. It's actually 3. He knows he didn't get there till past 6. He never says, I got there at that time. But the math adds up to that time, which is something that he conceded to.
In front of the house at 34 Fairview Road around 5 a.m.?
No.
Now, you also were asked some questions and you spoke to some troopers in August of 2023, correct?
Correct.
And County Canton, they have a parking ban in Canton, is that correct?
Correct.
That goes from November until...
So let's talk about that real quick. Let's talk about how, so I write my story on Lucky Loughran on August 8th, 2023. Okay, it's right there, August 8th, 2023. Well, the next day, I get told that they are down there speaking with Lucky Loughran. And guess what? We have texts in this. I have messages. I don't even know if I'm allowed to say this because it's like fucking impoundments. I'm not even going to talk about what these messages are, but I know exactly everything Michael Morrissey and Yuri Bukkake and Michael Proctor said after I published this blog. Imagine what their reaction to this blog was. Like, imagine what their reaction, and they see the words FBI and they don't know what the fuck's going on. Right? The next day, I get told that they are down there at the DPW looking to speak with Lucky Loughran. And I'm like, why? Why are they talking to Lucky Loughran now? Why do the state police want to talk with them? And I talked to Karen Reed about it. And I'm like, they're down there right now talking to, but Proctor is down there talking to Brian Loughran right now. What are they talking about? And she's like, they're freaking out because they saw that he spoke with the FBI. Now they're suddenly interested in this guy. And they're like, what the fuck did the FBI talk to the plow driver? And now Proctor's got to be freaking out. And the first thing, and Karen and I talked this over because we used to have long talks on the phone. And we're like brainstorming. We're like, why the fuck would they want to talk to this guy now? And it's like, they know the feds are watching them and they know that it's unacceptable that they're still trying to pretend like they're like good cops. And so they're like, we have to interview this guy. If we don't interview this guy now, this is going to look really shady. So we need to interview him. So they go and they interview him. And I end up getting the entire transcript, a month later? And this is the transcript of their whole thing. Part 139, Canton Cover-Up, published September 8th. Okay? And I published the whole thing. And in this interview, this is, by the way, this is the only interview that Bukkake and Proctor record with a witness. This is the only witness in this entire investigation that they record the interview with, which is fucking crazy because it's a murder of a Boston cop. All right. And, he tells them 3:00 in the morning, there was a vehicle. Okay. A Ford Edge. Yes. Okay. Then they ask him the most important question. Did you see a body? And when he told them no, they tried tripping him up. Like, look at this. Bukkake asks Lucky, did you see anything out of the ordinary that day outside of the vehicle being parked there and obstructing your initial pass? No, Bukkake says. Obviously, you've been asked this before, so it's not a secret why I'm asking these questions. If you did see a body in the roadway, would you call it in? Yes. But that day, you didn't see anything. No. Does that mean that there was definitely no body there? Or do you think it may have been obstructed by something if you were driving by? What's your understanding of it? So he's like coming up with excuses for Lucky. Like, maybe your view was obstructed. Like, they don't like this at all. There's a reason they avoided Lucky because of what he's saying right now. They're like, maybe you didn't see him. I saw no body. My truck is high enough with the lights that I would have seen a body. I didn't have anything obstructing me. Awesome. And then they talk about me. So you're aware there's a publication. Yes. Who published that interview? I believe it's Aidan or Turtleboy. Are you familiar with him? Yes. When was the last time you spoke to Aidan? Monday or Tuesday? How'd you guys communicate? He called me. He called you on your phone? Yeah, he called me on my cell phone. Do you have your cell phone with you? Yes, I do. Can you open it up and show us the time that he called and the date? Why? Why do they care about this? And that's when I realized this wasn't about anything Lucky Loughran had to say. This was about me. They were trying to build a case against me. This is when they were already pushing. This is after the rolling rally. They are trying to go the witness intimidation route. And they're trying to be like, so he made you say this, right? He intimidated you, right? And he's like, no, there was just no body. So I was just telling the truth. So this is Bukkake trying to be like, let's show us your phone, right? Show us it's in there. And he goes, I don't have my phone. You don't have him in your phone? No. What about your call logs? Like, what does it matter what time I'm calling him? I don't have his number in there. You delete your phone number? You delete your calls? Yeah, I delete calls, which is, I guess, not shady when Jen McCabe does it, but okay. So why do you think that your phone is not in your phone? I'm sure it is. Okay. You delete your calls. Okay. And they're like asking him all this stuff. And they go, do you remember the phone number he called you from? It was a 401 number, which is a Rhode Island area code. They think I have a Rhode Island phone number. Lucky fucked this up. It was actually a 413. And so these mofos believe I have a secret Rhode Island phone number that I use to wiretap people because Rhode Island is a one-party consent state. So it gets better. Okay. And this is why Spanky asked about the recording of the phone call today, because they were operating on the assumption that I bought a phone in Rhode Island and I go to Rhode Island to wiretap people. That's like I go down 146 and I go there and I wiretap mofos because you're allowed to do it in Rhode Island. This is the working premise that these Keystone cops, are going off of. Jesus Christ, they're retarded. Okay. And these are the questions. Like, look at these questions. Did you know the phone call that his phone was coming? No. He surprised you? Correct. And then look at this question Bukkake asks him. What were you doing when he called? This is a detective. What were you doing when he called? I was fucking taking a bath. Like, what was you doing? I was beating off to porn. Like, what does it matter what he's doing when I called him? What kind of detective is asking that? He introduced himself. Yeah. He said it was Aidan. I'm Aidan. And then he proceeded with the interview. And what kind of questions has he been asking you? He asked if I had been cooperating, and I said, yes, I have. He goes, who have you been interviewed by? And I said, I've been interviewed by the FBI and Kara Reed's PI. And Bukkake's like, what the fuck? And then he goes, so how is it possible? This is what he's really, how is it possible that he has a transcript of your interview? Did he tell you that the interview was recorded? So these guys are operating on a hunch. I have a photographic memory. I said this. And the interview wasn't that long or complicated. So I published my interview, the transcript of the interview. It's probably off by a little because, again, it's from memory. And I took notes during it. I was typing shit out as fast as I could, but I might have gotten a couple words mixed up here and there. Who knows? But I didn't record it. And Bukkake's like, they are operating under the assumption this is, instead of like looking into this fucking Ford Edge and this major piece of information they just found out, they're like, how can we get Turtleboy on this? Oh, I know how we'll get him. He must have wiretapped him. There's no way he could have remembered this conversation and transcribed it that fast. He can't type that fast. Yes, I can. He can't type that fast, so he must have recorded it. So that's how we'll get him. So they visit Lucky Loughran, not to like solve the mystery of who killed John O'Keefe, but to, number one, find out what he told the FBI. And number two, maybe we get Turtleboy on some wiretapping charges. That's how I knew they were coming for me. When I read this, I'm like, oh, they're coming for me. How do you think he got your phone number? Proctor asks him. That's the first question Proctor asks. How do you think he got your phone number? Or did he Did he say, oh, he got your phone number? AKA, did Karen Reed give him your phone number? Is she soliciting witness intimidation? No, she didn't. I got it from his family member. So it's a screen grab with Brian Loughran's name at the top, 13 to the left, emoji icon picture at the top. Did Aidan, aka Turtleboy, contact you in March via Facebook Messenger? Yes. It was actually June, but did you hear from him again until Monday? No. What changed your mind about talking to him and answering questions? Because remember, he didn't want to talk to me at first. And they go, what changed your mind about talking to him? You see what he's getting at here. He's like, so he intimidated you, right? Like he threatened you. That's why you suddenly changed your mind. See what's happening here? And he goes, I don't have an answer for that. Okay. And then Bukkake asked, where did you meet with the FBI? Oh my God. So the FBI went to your house? Correct. All right. I'm sorry. I might have missed this, misunderstood. So the only time you traveled the route was with the defense team's private investigator. Correct. Blah, 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 blah. And just to confirm, Proctor goes, when he called you, he didn't advise you that you could potentially be recording this conversation. Did he tell you this is being recorded? This is what they're investigating with this guy. This is how I knew it was a cover-up. Because they meet this witness who has this bombshell testimony, and they're like, how can we get Turtleboy as part of this? That's how I knew it was a cover-up. When they showed up at my house to arrest me, I'm like, oh, I got too fucking close to the truth. Didn't I, motherfucker? Oh, imagine this all came out of my fucking trial, dude. I was like, I don't have fucking receipts. Oh, like I don't have receipts. At any point, did you see a body? No. At any point, and I'm repeating myself, okay, because it's important, because you have a great memory and you're telling us in specific detail. At any part of the night, did you see anybody bring a body out there, placing it on top of the snow? No, I didn't witness a murder. Sorry. Any blood trails? No, I didn't see any because I didn't. And then they go and look what Bukkake asks him here. And you didn't hit the body, right? They are trying to pin it on him right there. They ask him, and you didn't hit the body. Correct. I would have known. And you would have notified? Yeah, I would have known. I would have known about it, and I would have, I've been required to stop. Did you hit anything? He's like, yeah, I think I hit a basketball hoop that was overhanging the road. And then he tells them that he sees a tan-colored Ford Edge, and they keep trying to be like, well, you were obstructed, right? Nope. And then Bukkake goes, there's unsubstantial rumors, but we want to get to the bottom of everything. There's unsubstantiated rumors right now. We have learned that somebody recorded you having this conversation, or somebody prior to Aidan, having Aidan call you, recorded a conversation with you asking these questions. He's like, I have no idea. This is made up. He has no information whatsoever that I recorded Lucky Loughran. He just has a hunch. That's all this is. This is a fucking hunch that Bukkake, this is what the police are doing right now. They're not investigating the Ford Edge. They're investigating, did Aidan record your phone call? You've seen this transcript that he published, right? The transcript, to the best of your knowledge, are those questions asked in the same order that he asked you? And then he looks through it and he's like, yeah, for the most, yeah, it looks good. You got it right. And that's it. And that's how I knew it was bullshit. So that's why in the Bukkake video that you guys saw, this is going to be a late show. We're probably going to go to 1. So strap up, guys. It's going to be a long night. We got 11,000 people there. Smash that like button and smash that subscribe button. But let me show you over here why. Remember I confronted Bukkake outside the court, and listen to what I asked this mofo. Sergeant Bukkake, are you trying to arrest me for wiretapping? Why were you talking about me during your whole interview with Lucky Loughran? What have you done to follow up on the Ford Edge? What have you done? What have you done to follow up on that Ford Edge that Lucky Loughran told you about? Why did you not interview? Why did you not interview? Why did you not interview? Why did you not interview Lucky Loughran? Why did you not interview Lucky Loughran, sir, until August 10th? Are you ashamed, sir? I mean, is this why you went to the academy, to cover for punks like Michael Proctor? You're Michael Proctor's bitch. That's all you are, son. You're Michael Proctor's little bitch. You're a fucking pig. You're a disgrace. You're a fucking disgrace. And these two guys here, they know it. They're looking at you right now like this guy's a middle finger.
Joke. I can't believe I have to wear the same uniform as this clown, as this corrupt pig. Look at you. Look at you. You freaking pig. You disgust me. You disgust me. You loser. You loser. You freaking loser. Bukkake. Bukkake loser. Bukkake loser. I was indicted for that. So again, for the crime of asking questions, I got indicted for that. That was one of the charges. Luckily, that was dismissed. But as that's the context of that video. Now you know the context is I'm asking him, why are you investigating me for wiretapping? Why have you not looked into the Ford Edge? Why, when you spoke to Lucky Loughran, were you only asking him questions about me? Why were you not investigating the Ford Edge? Why were you not looking into this very serious statement that this eyewitness gave you? You know, why are you not looking into this? And so let me play some more of this.
April.
Correct.
Now, part of your plow route is a road called Tippy Cart, correct?
Correct.
Where is Tippy Cart in relation to Fairview?
It is on top of it's to make sure I was covered. Basically, it's why I notified my supervisor that I hit the basketball hoop.
About what time was that you hit the basketball hoop?
I don't recall.
Is it closer to when you started, closer to when you're completely unaware of the time that you ran into and struck a basketball hoop that night? Is that correct? Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
You're sure about all the times that you went down Fairview Road?
Yes.
And you have no idea what time that you went on Tippy Cart and you struck the basketball hoop?
There's just one question. I went at around 5 a.m. in front of Fairview. And
No statements, right? Just ask a question.
I always do that. I apologize, Your Honor. You were asked the question by Mr. Lally, are you sure you didn't see a black Lexus at around 5 a.m. in front of Fairview? And your answer was no. And my question to you is, does that mean that you're not sure if you saw one or that you didn't see?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I did not see a Lexus at 5 a.m.
At any point that night while you were plowing?
No.
Did you see a black Lexus in front of 34 Fairview?
No.
Thank you, sir.
Very brief.
See, he was trying to make it seem like the Ford Edge was actually Karen's car returning to the scene of the crime to make sure John was dead. These fucking idiots.
Based on your timeline, were you on Fairview Road at 5 a.m.?
Yes.
See, there's the problem. Based on your time, based on your timeline, this is how what got him up, because he wasn't. That's untrue. Based on your timeline, were you on Fairview Road at 5 a.m.?
Sir.
Did you see a black Lexus in front of 34 Fairview?
No.
Thank you, sir.
Very briefly. Based on your timeline, were you on Fairview Road at 5 a.m.?
Yes.
How so, sir?
It was about 3 hours after the last time I went on it.
See, there you go. It was 3 hour. He just messes up the math. That is the truth. The last time he goes to Fairview Road 3 hours after the last time he was there. The last time he was there was 3:30 when the Ford Edge was there. So 3:30 plus 3 hours is 6:30, not 5. So he does the math wrong. Like, he knows it's 3 hours later. he forgets to carry the 1. Like he says today, math is, but he says there, it's 3 hours after the last time I was there. If the last time I was there was 3:30, then the next time is going to be 6:30, isn't it? So that part is accurate. He just misspeaks and says 5. That's it. And this was Lally's big gotcha that no, you weren't there at 5. He misspoke.
Oh, it put me, I was last on it at about 4:15, about 5:30.
See?
On the road about 2:45. He said it took.
Listen to the math.
It was about 3 hours after the last time I went on it.
So he does them out 3 hours after the last time I was on it.
So it put me, I was last on it at about 4:15, about 5:30.
So the last time I was there was 4:15. So that's 3:45 plus 3 hours is 5:30. Sorry, Lucky. It's actually closer to 6:30. He just forgot he was off by 1. That's it. Big fucking deal. And this is all they got to this damning testimony that there's nobody on the front lawn. And the only thing they can say is you fucked up the math by 1. You forgot to carry the 1. Therefore, everything you say doesn't matter. These shady motherfuckers. This was the most important day. He's the most important witness in this whole thing. I've said this from the beginning. Fuck Arca, love Arca. Fuck Dr. Russell, love her. All that shit. The most important witness in this whole thing, how you know this whole thing was a fucking cover up, is the man on the stand today, Lucky Loughran. And just the way that they handled this, the way that the questions that Bukkake asked him on September 18th. That's how you know that this was a cover up. Back to this.
Been down at 2:30. Do you remember when you spoke to the private investigator, you actually said 3 o'clock?
I don't remember 3 o'clock.
And before I do you remember you said that when you went on your second pass, it was around 3:15?
I told him I went up Fairview between about 2:40 to 2:45. And I said about 45 minutes later, I went for the second time.
Okay. Now you said 2:30. You just now said 2:40 to 2:45. And then you said 45 minutes later.
Yep.
Motherfucker. 2:30. Oh, you said 2:30. Now it's 2:45. This is the best you got, Spanky? Is you're off by 15 minutes? I got news for you, Spanky. You know what 2:30, 2:45, 2:50, 3 o'clock, 3:15, and 3:30 all have in common? They're all after 12:32. All of those times are after 12:32, and all of them are after when the Commonwealth alleges that Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with the car. Therefore, it doesn't matter what fucking the exact time was. He should have seen a body, but there wasn't a body there. Period. Period.
Yep. Okay. Do you remember telling the private investigator that when you think, or you said you saw a report Ed, you were actually still on Cedar Brook, not on Fairview passing by it? You saw it from the street at Cedar Brook. Do you remember telling him that?
I don't remember. I don't remember ever saying that.
Yeah, Brooke?
Yes.
I mean, this is how you know anyone who says Karen Reed is guilty is just disingenuous. If they're talking about, oh, Lucky got the time wrongs, they're not looking for the truth. They're not. They're just not. Because the truth is, it doesn't matter if it was 2:30 or 2:45 or 3 o'clock. It doesn't matter. There was no body there. It was after 12:32. It's the only thing that matters. The only thing that matters. And they're not willing to confront that. So they make up things like, oh, he got the time wrong. Throw out everything he said. No, you don't. Oh, he hit a basketball hoop. Throw out everything he said. Disingenuous motherfuckers.
I'll show you a copy. That when you saw the car, you weren't passing on Fairview, you were up on Cedar Crest. That's the question I'm asking. So I asked you to look whatever part you want. I'm going to point out the part to you. When you're done, don't answer, just look up and then I'll get to ask you some questions about your memory. Okay? So I directed to this part, but you can look at any part that you want to.
I fixed it.
Fairview Road and saw a small SUV parked in front of the house. Remember telling the PI that?
I never remember telling him that.
When you spoke to law enforcement, not the Canton police or the state police, you understood it was important to be as accurate as possible?
Yes.
And you understood, at least with that law enforcement agency, if you misled them in any way, it could be up to a 10-year penalty.
Yes.
When you spoke to them, did you take that interview very seriously?
Yes.
Try to be as precise and accurate as you could?
Yes.
And when you spoke to them, obviously, like anybody you had in mind.
Correct.
When you met, there was more than one person there from this agency?
I believe so.
The FBI.
Was there potentially two? You did not tell those law enforcement agents that you began work at 11:30 to 12?
We had a 2:30 start time.
I understand, but I'm asking you.
I never told them. It was always 2:30 start time.
When you spoke to them, do you remember telling them the first time you were out near the area was midnight?
Nope. No.
When you spoke to those law enforcement personnel, were they taking notes?
I believe so.
Have you ever seen their report?
The first trial I did, yes.
Who showed you that report?
It was shown to me by Prosecutor Lally.
You think Prosecutor Lally showed you that report?
It was shown to me.
And do you remember telling those two law enforcement personnel?
I mean, he's just standing up to it so well. A lot of people would get aggravated with Spanky. That's the kind of guy he is. He gets under your skin. You lose your cool. You say something stupid, but not Lucky Loughran, motherfucker. He's just like, he thinks about everything he's going to say before he says it. He answers truthfully. He was a fucking rock star today. And he was the one that I was most worried about as far as like, you know, standing up to Hanky. But man, he was a rock star.
That you believe that
he did better than
emergency
Barrows.
Vehicles, ambulances, or police cars in front of Fairview at 3 to 3:30 a.m.
I do not.
Are you saying that you did not say these things to them, or are you saying that that's not your memory?
That's not what I said.
And so you're saying that's wrong. You're denying you made those statements.
Correct.
At the time they say that you told them there was emergency vehicles there at 3 a.m., that is the same time that you told the PI that you saw the Ford Edge, around 3:30 to 4, correct?
About 3:30 is when I saw the Ford Edge.
It was dark out that night, wasn't it?
Correct.
There are no street lights down near that flagpole area of 34th.
No, there is.
There?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Was it on that night?
I can't tell you honestly if it was.
You testified at trial? I'm sorry, at a proceeding last year?
I testified that there were, it was asked to me that there were not any streetlights, and I entered in the affirmative way, and having
Defense close in time to that proceeding?
I don't know, when we met or how close to the proceedings it was.
Do you remember being prepared before you went into trial last time?
Yes.
By
now. I remember I told him it was about 3 hours going down Cedar Crest and was not able to go to the end of Fairview.
So this is how he explains I fucked up the time. Ready?
Due to the first responders.
At trial last year, do you remember saying it was 5:30?
I did.
And today you had said about 6:15.
Yes.
You weren't timing anything on a watch for times, were you?
I was not.
You were not accounting in any way for time whatsoever when you were out that night, were you?
No, I was not.
When you're providing times, are you trying to use your best memory?
Yes.
Do you recognize that you have a differing memory on times of what you did that night?
No.
You talked about your view from the tow truck and that you have a bunch of lights on it. On the tow truck, you had mentioned that your vision to the side was 5 to 6 feet.
Can you rephrase that, please?
Yes, of course. You said when you were driving your tow truck, you could see forward and sideways.
Okay. I don't want to be. I don't drive a tow truck.
My apologies. My apologies. Snowplow.
Thank you.
You said you can see forward and sideways.
I don't.
I can see forward, I can see diagonal, and I can see right to left.
When you look right to left.
He's just so polite. He's like, I don't want to embarrass you and nitpick, but I also don't want to perjure myself. It's not a tow truck.
That you can see about 5 feet?
Correct.
Do the lighting conditions affect how well you can see?
No.
Does the weather?
Yes.
When you're plowing, are you ever looking at the street in front of you?
Yes.
Are you looking at people's front yards?
Yes.
Oh, here we go.
What
Here
did
we
you
go.
see as far as the front door of the Albert House that night? Was it open or closed?
It was closed.
The lights on?
I can't answer that for sure. I don't remember if there were lights on.
How about the neighbors on the left? Were you looking at their front lawn?
Yes.
Did you see if their lights were on?
Again, I didn't recognize if their lights were on.
Do you look at every neighbor's front lawn up to the door as you're driving?
Yeah, this is good. This is good.
I look to the right and to the left.
Yeah.
Can you repeat that, please? I'm sorry.
Yes, you said that you looked at the Albert House all the way to the door.
Correct.
Do you have a memory of looking at any other houses all the way to the door?
Yes.
Okay. Which house had a dumpster in front of it?
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to a dumpster. Dumpster wouldn't be in the front yard.
Are you sure on your route there's no dumpsters in anybody's front yard?
I can tell you there was a dumpster this week.
I'm more interested in January 29, 2020.
I can't answer to that. I don't remember.
A dumpster, a 15 by 20 foot dumpster, that would be bigger than a man's body, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would be.
And so you have no really specific memory of the other homes in the neighborhood that night?
I mean, I looked. I saw it. I didn't see a dumpster that would have definitely stuck out.
Okay. You said you had vision as far as your eyes could see.
So he tries to be like, there's a dumpster. As it turns out, there's a dumpster in the house, in one of the yards. So he's just being like, so you didn't, you noticed the McAlbert's lawn, but you didn't notice the gigantic dumpster. But luckily for Spanky, we did find it. I found the dumpster on my own. There it is. Found it. There. I found the dumpster. There it is. Dumpster. There is the dumpster. Dumpster, baby. I'm sorry for your loss, but why didn't you notice my dumpster? I love the internet. I love you people. Oh, it's too good. Anyway, back to the dumpster.
Correct.
What does that mean?
It means if they were, my eyes were, as long as they're open, I can see as far as they will let me see.
Is that dependent on lighting conditions, darkness, snow?
Correct.
That night, did you have any difficulty paying attention or driving?
I did not.
Did you have a small accident that night?
I did.
Okay, what did you hit?
I hit a portable basketball net.
It happens.
Was that part because of the weather conditions? You didn't have a good opportunity to see it?
No.
No.
I
saw
definitely
it. I saw it.
And just did not judge enough.
Yeah, probably because the Franken truck is like what, 9 feet tall, and like some of these kids, they like to have their basketball hoops overhanging the street, and he's like, yeah, I can usually go under it, but if one of these mofos lowers it because they got like a little kid there that can't hit the 10-foot shot, maybe it's an 8-footer, 8.5-footer, then you might hit it.
You said that you went up and down the road a couple of times. When you were asked to describe the car that you said you saw, when you first spoke to the defendant's private investigator, you didn't give any detail about the type of car, did you?
I told her it was a Ford Edge.
Okay. When you first spoke to the investigator, you used the word Ford Edge?
I did.
Did they bring you to a parking lot at some point?
They did.
When they brought you to a parking lot, did they have you go out in the parking lot and look at a Ford Edge?
They did.
And when they had you go out and look at the Ford Edge, did they have you identify that as the type of car?
They did.
When you did that, how many cars were in the parking lot?
We had a hockey game, so there were several, at least 100, 150.
Who pointed you to the Ford Edge?
I pointed to it.
Did the investigator take you to the Ford Edge?
No, he did not.
You just know the parking lot and he asked you to look around to see if they happened to be a similar car?
No, I told him a Ford Edge. He wanted to make sure I knew what a Ford Edge looked like. I pointed to the Ford Edge, and he was satisfied.
So after you said a Ford Edge, he brought you to a parking lot to point out a car?
We were at my place of business. We just walked out the door.
Where was that?
At the Metropolis ice rink.
The rink?
Ice rink, yes.
Did you then meet the investigator later on at a school?
Yes, I did.
And who did you meet at the school?
I met Paul again.
And what was the purpose of that?
He wanted to go through my route.
You want to go through your route?
Correct.
And then did you choose to meet at the school?
I did.
I mean,
to work there?
I had no idea.
Wait.
Why did you choose the school?
It was an easier landmark
Listen
for
to
the
this.
gentleman to get to, and it was minutes from my route.
Did you know that former Trooper Proctor's sister worked there?
I had no idea.
Like this motherfucker is like, did you know that former Trooper Proctor's sister worked there? They love to be like this. You're targeting Michael Proctor's disgraced sister. No, he doesn't give a fuck. It's just a parking lot. It's on Dedham Street. It's like, it's a busy street in town, and it's just a common meeting place. There's an ice rink nearby. Like, chill out, bro.
You said last year that when you went by Fairview, did you say that you would buy your final pass at 5:30 a.m.?
Here we go with the 5:30.
No.
Okay. Honestly, I don't honestly recall what specific time. Yes?
Yes.
And then you were asked, sure. Approximately, if it was 3:15 to 3:30, that second time, what would be your best estimate for the time when you came back? And what did you say?
Say about 5:30.
So again, we played that part. He said it was 3 hours later, which brings us to about 5:30. It actually brought us to 6:30, but big deal. He didn't carry the one. Got him, Tangy.
And so even last year, you were having some difficulty remembering the times, right?
I wasn't remembering the
You were
time.
having difficulty last year remembering the times that you were on Fairview.
No.
When you said you were on Fairview last year at 5:30,
I know.
you didn't see anything on the Albert front lawn at 5:30 a.m.?
I didn't
I
go
wasn't
by.
on Fairview at 5:30 a.m.
Were you asked last year about your travels on Fairview?
Yes.
When you asked about, recall, was time you wound up on Fairview, and you said you didn't remember. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
Is that true testimony?
Yes, it is.
So you had some difficulties in your memory of when you were on Fairview when you testified last year. Isn't that fair to say?
No, it's not fair.
And then you were asked approximately if it was 3:15
Not-
to
no,
3:30
it's
the
not
second
fair.
time, what time did you come back?
And I said, if I were to guess, I said 45 minutes later.
Did you say, I would say, if I had to say, it would have been 5:30 of Fairview?
That time was incorrect. It was
That-
6:15.
it's
I couldn't
honest.
go down any further due to the police presence.
So your testimony last year, you understandably made a mistake about the time, correct?
I did.
Yeah, it happens.
It's true, isn't it, that you really have somewhat foggy memory about the times.
It is not.
That time of 5:30 is very different than the time you told the agents
He forgot to carry a 1, you motherfucker.
when you met them. I'm sorry, the law enforcement officials that weren't from Canton or the state police.
Not a
That was very
big
different
deal.
than when you
It's
told
not
them
a big
3 to
deal.
3:30.
Very different.
And it's different than the 3:30 to 4 timeline that you gave.
This guy's all worried about times. It's like, bro, Caitlin Albert initially said she left the house at 12:15, which turned to 1:45, which matters a lot because John died between that time. But that's no big deal. Times all of a sudden, times are a big deal all of a
Private
sudden.
investigator the first time you spoke to them. Right?
Correct.
And it's different than what you told the jury today that it was 6:15.
It's different, but it's not.
Perfect answer.
Did you have any expectation somebody would be lying helpless on the side of the yard that night?
No.
If you had seen somebody, certainly you would have helped.
Correct.
When you said that, when the private investigator asked you where you were when you said you saw the Ford Edge, are you saying that you didn't tell the private investigator that you were on Cedar?
I don't remember telling him I was on Cedar Crest. I do remember telling him that I had turned onto Fairview and saw the vehicle.
Cedar Crest in a storm at night is quite a distance from the flagpole at Fairview, isn't it?
No.
About 300 feet?
Roughly.
Difficult to see under those conditions?
No.
Could we have Exhibit 71 stream 0 at about 6:17?
I do.
Okay.
By the way, this is the clearest I've ever seen this dash cam footage. So this is 6:17, and
at the end of that road, past the streetlight, is Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
Is that a fair depiction of the elements that night around that time?
Yes.
And in this case,
I was on Fairview already when I saw the law enforcement.
did you drive by Cedar Crest again to go back and forth and watch what was going on, or did you go on your route?
I went on my route, which included Cedar Crest.
Did you keep driving by because you wanted to watch, or did you just leave and do your regular route?
I went and did my regular route.
If you could back up a little before 6:19:27. Is that weather consistent with what it looked like to you?
oh my. By the way, 6:32. Just look how black the Albert household is. They still haven't gone in yet. Unbelievable. No, that's eerie. But anyway, go ahead. Oh, there it is. There's the plow.
Is that you again?
That one, I can't tell if that was me again.
Oh,
Go to
that's
6:35:14, please. Was that you?
I don't see it. I don't see the truck. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Could we go back to 6:35:12?
That looks like to be a pickup truck. That does not look like my truck.
6:37:45, please.
That was awesome. That looks like a pick. First of all, look how clear that is. How'd they get it this clear? That looks to be a pickup truck. That's not my truck. That means he can identify from 300 feet away the difference between his truck and another truck, which only solidifies the fact that if he says he saw a Ford Edge, it was in fact a Ford Edge. Like wild.
And that's you again, right?
Again, I can't tell you for sure if that was me.
Those were not your red and orange lights consistent with the earlier ones that went by?
What I saw the first time was the reflecting tape off the body of my truck.
We go to
I have a plow guy that is a contractor that we work in tandem together.
And was he out there that night as well, going by Fairview?
Correct.
Okay. Did you ever tell the private investigator about him?
Yes, I did.
7:22, please.
So it's 7 o'clock. Brian Albert still has not come out of the house.
Is that you, sir?
I can't say for sure.
7:15, 45 seconds, please.
Oh, there's a truck.
Do you recognize that plow?
I do not.
7:19 and 55 seconds, please.
Yeah, why is the video so clear now? That's what I want to know.
It's hard to say. If I were to do the entire route, I'm not cleaning up. I'm just giving it a pass so people can. No.
You knew some of the Albert family,
I know the entire Albert family.
and you know Brian Albert as a police officer.
Yes, I do.
Why is it that 3 times in your direct testimony you characterized him as a first responder?
Because he's a police officer, the first responder.
Did anybody ever suggest to you to use the term?
'Cause that's what he is.
First responder when you were describing Brian Albert.
No one did. Those are my words.
Since your trial testimony last year, have you received any more focusing or targeting of harassment?
Oh God! Oh, we're back to the
Since
harassment.
last year when you testified, have you received any recent aggression towards you for testifying?
No.
Have you had any further focus or problems?
No.
No.
Asked by Mr. Brennan about whether you saw a dumpster that night. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do.
In the aftermath of January 29th of 2022, was a dumpster all over the news for the next 3.5 years?
Not that I'm aware of.
You were asked, how soon after January 29th of 2022 was that?
2 weeks.
I think that Yannetti dropped, and I love David Yannetti, but I think they dropped the ball on this one. I think that they really should have hammered home with Yannetti. Like, they should have pointed out the absurdity that, just so I have this straight. PI talks to you in February of 2022. FBI talks to you in May of 2022. Blogger talks to you in August of 2023. Okay. When did the state police talk to you? After them. That should have been driven home, I think. The absurdity, the absolute absurdity of me speaking with this eyewitness in a murder case before the police. That should have been highlighted. The absurdity of that. I'm not a blogger, I know, but the absurdity of that to the jury. I think that they dropped the ball on that one a little. I mean, they did fine, but I think that should have been pressed. That, like, just so we're clear, this blogger interviewed you before the state police investigators whose job it is to investigate. You're an eyewitness. And they also didn't bring up that report, that the police, Michael Proctor's police report. And I don't know why they didn't bring that up, where Michael Proctor says that the Canton DPW doesn't plow the roads. They should have shown that report and says, Michael Proctor says right here that the Canton DPW does not plow Fairview Road. Is that true? No. Call him a liar. So they did great. They did great. Karen Reed's going to be free, but I do think they dropped the ball on that.
Were the events fresh in your mind at that time?
Yes.
Finally, actually not finally, I got 2 more points, but they're both brief. You had mentioned that night you actually misjudged and hit a net.
Yes.
Can you describe the
frame?
All right, and you mentioned the net. The net
in the year. Yes.
Did you also testify that the last pass that you tried to make when the police were blocking the scene was about 3 hours after that 3:30 second?
3 hours after 3:30.
So why is it last year that you testified that it was 3 hours later, but you came up with the time of 5:30 as the final time?
As he's asking me these questions, I'm trying to do the math in my head. I'm sorry, math is not my strong suit.
There you go. Good
What time was
answer.
it when you made that final pass, sir?
6:15, 6:30.
I have nothing further.
There you go. I just misspoke. It was an honest mistake. I was trying to do math on the spot and I just fucked up the time. It was a slip of the tongue. That's it.
In accounting, right?
Could you rephrase that, please?
Sure. You don't have your watch out on a certain schedule that you have to pass a certain street at a certain time.
Correct.
You weren't marking your times to some event when you were driving up and down the street that night, were you?
No.
So you're trying to go back with your memory and piece it together the best you can.
Correct.
And that's why you're giving estimates, yes?
Correct.
When you spoke to those law enforcement officials, not Canton, not state police, and you said at 3 o'clock you saw first responder vehicles. That was based on your memory.
I wasn't able to get in front of Fairview Drive, 34 feet. Dumpsters.
And he said that wasn't subject to a lot of attention. Was speaking to the investigator on June 5th, 2023.
Yes.
And you know, coincidentally, that is the day that the blogger put out the
There we
article
go.
on you accusing you of not doing the right thing.
So he's like the June 5th, 2023. That's the day you talked to the PI. And that's the day the article came out from the blogger. No, it was a year later, dipshit. Look at the fucking year. He comes back and
Yes.
so now
June 5th, 2023.
So this is when Turtleboy becomes part of the court record. He enters Can't Cover Up Part 47 into evidence. And he's like, read that. I can't believe he made this all about me.
Getting at that document. Possible you.
Correct.
And your friends and people in the community talked to you about this article, didn't they?
Not specifically this article, but they were sending me stuff that were being printed about me. Yes.
Why don't you take a little look at what's said and you can tell us whether that's the same type of information that was being conveyed to you through intermediaries.
Yes. You ask that question again, please.
Yes, sir. Was this some of the kind of attention that you were receiving on June 5th after you spoke to the defense investigator?
Yes.
That comes out.
So now, this was obviously, this cameraman was funny. I'm like, this whole thing was awkward. Oh, it's too good. Yeah, this is too good. It was funny. I mean, I'm like, he's really making this all about me. I can't believe he did that. That was hilarious. I mean, dude, come on. I mean, does Hank not realize what a marketing opportunity this was for me? Like, millions of people are watching this shit, and you want to make me like, that's such a bad idea on his part. Like, don't feed the, you know what I mean? You don't want to attract attention to me, Spanky. You don't want to bring people over here with me. It's not going to, like, people are going to see the truth when that happens. Jurors might do it, God forbid. We wouldn't want to see that now, would we? And by the way, look at this ginger here. This evil ginger. Look at her. That one, oh my God. She's like related to Carrie Roberts. Just look at her face. Oh, she's possessed. She's like demonic. Look at her. Look at her. Oh, evil ginger. Look at her. Look at her. Look at her staring at me. She's like, look at him. She's looking at me. Look at her. Look at her. Oh, I'd like to hate fuck him. Oh, yeah. No way. I don't do gingers. Get out of here. Go away, ginger. Get out of here. We're going to throw you in, throw her off we got to have some sort of ceremony to get rid of her. Sacrifice her. Be gassed, ginger. Oh, the women on that side are just, there's something else. Mucking as me and my friends Jess and Sue having a good time, talking the case. You know, there's the ginger. And we came back, we had a break there. And then basically it finishes up with the dumpster.
Yes.
Okay, you can take that down.
So they had a dumpster in the driveway that he didn't notice. That was their big gotcha, which is also obstructed by a car, I'd like to point out, so he wouldn't see that.
Sir, when we started the break, I asked you some questions. I showed you a document, asked you if you were aware what was inside that document, and you mentioned that was around June 5th, 2023. That was before your last testimony in this case?
Yes.
And you knew that a person or persons were putting out private pictures of you online?
Private pictures.
I did notice.
And those private pictures, you didn't give anybody permission or want that attention, did you?
I did not.
Private pictures. Those were on his Facebook page. That's what I do. I've been doing this for over a decade. I write stories about people, and people like pictures because they like to put a name to the face. That's it. And it's on his Facebook page, so I'm going to use it. That's not like he's like, you're doxing him. Doxing.
Yeah, it wasn't just some private pictures. It was pictures taken from a number of different times in your life, correct?
Yes.
You never gave anybody permission to do that?
I did not.
You didn't want people talking about you or asking you questions? That was none of their business, did you?
I did not.
And it was embarrassing that you were being made this public spectacle when you had done nothing wrong, correct?
I'll ask it differently.
Was it embarrassing what they were doing to you?
No.
I wouldn't say embarrassing, as more as aggravating.
In fact, they were calling your boss.
No. Oh,
Yeah.
Calling your boss. He's talking about when I interviewed Walsh and Trotta. That's what he's talking about there. Like, he's making it sound like I'm harassing Lucky at work. It's a fucking, I did a journalism. I spoke with Walsh. Are you fucking kidding me, Spanky? Are you kidding me?
I'm going to allow that.
I need to write a blog on
And
this.
you mentioned how hard you work.
Yes.
Wow, you even, those are peaches 8 years.
Yes.
And only anytime you work, you try hard, don't you?
I do.
And when someone's calling you a boss, giving undue attention to you, didn't it create some concern that could affect your livelihood?
His livelihood was being threatened by the McAlberts. I made him feel safe. Oh my God.
I did not think it was going to affect me in that manner.
in addition to dragging you into this, because of you, your brother was dragged into this, wasn't he?
Ask it differently.
When you were getting this information about what was happening, you learned that they were also dragging your brother into this because of you, correct?
Dragging your brother into
Did you
this?
learn that information was coming out about your brother?
He's acting like I'm like attacking his whole family. His brother's on the board of selectmen. Chris Albert donated to his campaign. That was what was relevant about it.
My brother was dealing with other issues regarding this case.
And certainly, you're close with your brother.
Yes.
You have your brother.
Yes.
You did not want to upset anybody and have more attention brought on to your brother, did you?
I did not.
Right.
It was an attempt to link your brother to one of the Alberts, in fact, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
As well as you.
An attempt to link your brother to one of the McAlberts. It wasn't an attempt. It was successful. He donated to his campaign. I showed you the article. I mean, this is insane. This is because Hank knows the truth and he's just trying to make this sound nefarious. He's such a liar. He's such an evil weasel.
I don't know if I was being linked.
Did you know the information of trying to so-called out you about the fact that you work for Chris Albert?
Out you?
I'm going to sustain that.
I was trying to strengthen the fact that this guy has every reason to protect the McAlberts, but isn't, which makes his testimony more believable.
Were you aware of your friends and family telling you about what was going on, about an attempt to draw a relationship between you and the Alberts?
No.
And were you aware when you were telling you what was happening, that there was attacks on you personally, like finances and things like that?
Yes, I was aware of that.
And certainly, that is pretty discouraging when that is happening. You've done nothing wrong, isn't it?
It was, again, aggravating.
And this was all happening before you came in and testified last time at the trial.
Correct.
Yep, and she's letting it happen.
After you testified, things got better.
I wouldn't say better. It's gotten a little more easily manageable.
You were no longer being harassed, you were being embraced.
Correct.
He was never being harassed in the first place. No one was harassing him.
Yes.
And then he's going to show the Rita picture.
Please, Ms. Gilman.
Briefly, sir, if I might go on.
And that's you, Mr. Loughran?
Yes.
That's it. They got a picture of Lucky with Rita outside of court. Like he actually entered this into evidence. What a fucking loser. What a fucking tool bag Hank Brennan is. You fucking loser. Adam Lally wiped your ass. Like Adam Lally was significantly better than you with Lucky. You heard Ronnie. He liked the job Lally did with them. He got him to say 5:30. No, motherfucker. You suck, Hanky. You're the worst fucking attorney I've ever seen. You're a fucking loser. You think you're smart, but you ain't. You ain't. And Lally got a fucking tie. He got a mistrial. And you're going to get an acquittal. You fucking loser. You absolute fucking tool bag loser. Loser. Oh, what a fucking loser. I love it. I love it. I cannot wait to fucking throw this in Spanky's face. You fucking loser. All right. So, well, let's end the night with some turtle chats. Okay. All right. Anyway, that was so bad. Like, it was so, like, bro, bring in Lally. You got to get Lally back in there. Oh my God. It's going to be so funny when she's acquitted. And then they're like, dude, we spent $1 million on this fucking loser. Loser. Oh. But you see what he's getting at there, right? He's like, so Turtleboy was harassing you because you wouldn't lie. And then you gave in to him, and then you lied, and then you were rewarded for your lies with Rita. Rita, you got to take a picture with Rita, and now you're fucking awesome. So you lied. You're just a big liar, right? Nope. Okay. All right, back to this. Okay, turtle chats. That's right. Let's end it with some turtle chats here. Okay. All right. Kim sends $10 and goes, it was great seeing you at the courthouse today. Thanks for the picture. Hope you got in the courtroom next week. I didn't. Also, thank you to the boots on the ground that helped us first timers know where to go. Exactly. It's great. And I can't wait to meet more people on Friday. So I'll be there every day pretty much for the rest of the trial. Let's go. Sandra sends 10 and goes, it's disturbing how Skanky is obsessed with you. Please don't roast me. I'm a turtle rider in Kentucky. What? That's not roast worthy. Not even close. I love my Kentucky turtle riders. Thank you. Amy O'Connor sends $10 and goes, love you, Turtle Boy. Thanks for all you do. You just mentioned that the defense only has experts left to testify. I don't know that as a fact. I don't know that as a fact. So does that mean they're not going to call the neighbor that Chloe bit and the neighbors that took the photos of the first responders? I really wanted to hear from them. I want to hear from them too. I don't know that as a fact, but I think it's leaning that way. So I'm going to be very upset about that too. Next up, Michael sends $10, goes, Burgess gets more pussy than Higgins. Ouch. You know, and he's married, at least he's got some kids. So you might be right about that. Trooper Paul's School of Dance sends $5 and says that redhead next to Paul looked like she wanted a piece of the Intimidator. Like hate fucking me though. Like that, like she, you know, like she looks at me, it's like she wanted to hate fuck me. Like she hates me, but like she would, she wants to hate fuck me. I know a hate fuck look when I see one. She wants to hate fuck me. She knows it too. I'm sure she's watching this too. She's like, I fucking hate fuck the shit out of him. That I know that look. I know that look. So, but she's off limits. No way. I don't do gingers. Okay. Next up, Michael sends $5 and goes, on May 27th, the Canton Select Board meeting, the first 15 minutes, the public can speak. There was an older lady that spoke about the Kearney case and told them the FBI is watching and told them they need to stop the injustice. Yes, Chris Albert was there that night. Okay. Thank you. Next up, Higgins, Jamo, and Ginger Abbott sends $10 and goes, I find it hard to believe the feds are sitting back, letting all this bullshit go down. I really hope they're building their case. Regardless, I can't wait for both of you and Karen to be free. You know, it's unfortunate, but they probably are. They're fucking useless. The fact that they never spoke with Nicholas Barrows tells you everything you need to know. I mean, it's all right there. It's all right there on a silver platter. They don't like complicated cases, clearly. They like nice, easy ones, like things that are handed to them. Like Matthew Farwell, they like cases like that. So thank you. No Collision sends $10, goes, hey Turtle, do you think the jury liked Lucky better than last time? And what did Spanky mean when he said that you threatened him? I think that's the second question's been answered thoroughly here, but I definitely do think that the jury liked him way more this time around. 100%. Thank you. Sandy sends $100. Woo. Thanks, Sandy. Proud Texas Turtle Rider who's been listening since trial 1.0 when McTooth mentioned Turtle Boy on Cross with AJ. Hearing Hank say the blogger today and seeing your reaction was awesome. Keep being you, free Kearney, free Turtle Boy. These mofos keep just driving traffic my way. Like they are making me a thing. So good job, dipshits. You should have just ignored me. I mean, that's what I would have done if I was them, but who knows? Okay. Got a few more here. I'm going to have to bang through as many of these as I can. Holy shit. You guys were generous tonight. Holy fuck. No more. Don't send in any more because we'll be here all night me reading these, but I have to read all these. Oh my God. Bro. This is a lot of fucking turtle chats. I'm going to bang through as many as I can. Well, we're going to be past 1 a.m. Holy fuck. You guys are... What a good day to be a turtle. Okay, here we go. Ready? Let's go. Hallie sends $10 and goes, the thing that really sealed reasonable doubt for me had to be when that macho John O'Keefe impersonator explained about the Lexus rocketing into outer space. Like, if that is a possibility, I just can't be sure the Lexus is the murder weapon. Exactly. Sandra sends $10 and goes, it's disturbing that Skanky is so obsessed with you. I already read that one already. Okay. Eileen sends 10 and goes, they will know you have a trial across the street Monday, so you will magically win the lottery for that day. No, I actually lost the whole week, but maybe you're right. Asser and Fish sends $10, goes, hoping to be there for the verdict and have been strategically planning my days off. I'm planning being there Monday next week, hopefully Tuesday and Thursday, but can't make Wednesday and Friday. If it carries into the following week, I can be there every day. Think Brendan's rebuttal will help me out. Yeah, I think... I don't think we'll get a verdict next week. Can't imagine. Maybe we will. I don't know. It could be Friday at the earliest, I would say. All right. Listen, Turtle. Jocelyn from Idaho sends $5 and goes, can you apologize publicly for me to my amazing husband, Sean, for putting up with my obsession with all things Massachusetts corruption. Thank you for shining the light. Free Karen Reed and free Turtleboy. You know, Idaho, you guys got a big case coming up in a couple months too. Yeah, you know, it's an addicting story. It's the biggest story ever, and it happened right here. So, you know, and I know a lot of men, if you're married to a free Karen Reed chick, it probably dominates her life. And maybe you got into it. It's always fun when the wives get their husbands into the Karen Reed thing. And they get into it for the first time. I've seen a lot of TikToks like that. So there we go. The turtle, you know, who I met today, sends $10, goes, it was really awesome to see Karen smile today when I yelled to her, "We love you, Karen." Yeah, she does. She likes that. You know, I have faith that the defense team knows what they are doing. But will we go over the missing witness motion? I would have rather met you organically, but I'll take what I can get. Well, thank you, Turtle. You know, yeah, I mean, I don't have time to do that tonight. It's late, but I appreciate that. Deborah sends 25 and goes, will you ever move out of Massachusetts due to Commonwealth corruption when you are found innocent? No, probably not. I ain't going nowhere. No Collision sends $10, goes, hey, Turtle, do you think that Barrows gave in to too much to Brennan's dirty trick with the photo from last year? He was not shown. Just wondering how jurors reacted to it. I think it didn't matter. I think his testimony was too devastating. Kate T sends 10 and goes, I'm not making excuses for Dever, but who is the person who sat her down and told her vivid memory was impossible? She doesn't think her memory is false. She knows the evidence that would prove that she was there has magically disappeared or has been altered. That's exactly. Whoever sat her down and did that is the one who intimidated her into changing her story. Lola the good dog sends $5 and says, fact, Hank was the one trying to intimidate Lucky with his relentless, convoluted questions. Hank was unsuccessful. Exactly. Crystal sends $5 and goes, the thought of standing outside the courthouse with not guilty being shouted out when the verdict is read, Karen coming out to say thank you to her supporters brought tears to my eyes. I hope it's a reality soon. I think about that day all the time, Crystal. I think about it all the time. Okay. I see Erica in the chat. Hello. Okay. Next up, Phil sends $10, goes, town employees are mandated to report if they've witnessed a crime. Once Lucky discovered John O'Keefe's body on the lawn, he should have filed a report. He didn't discover a body on the lawn, though. You didn't intimidate or threaten him. You encouraged him publicly to do the right thing by telling the truth. Touche, Turtle, coming Monday to your trial to show some support. Nice. Glad to hear that, Phil. Thanks for doing the right thing. I appreciate that, sir. Josh sends $5 and says, you should ask your attorney if Lucky's intimidation testimony can be helpful in your cases. Why was Hank hellbent on posting public pictures without your permission? Sorry, SCOTUS has already addressed this numerous times. Exactly. Jayco sends $20, goes, Spanky is most likely getting his ideas for trial from Milky Mike Gaffney and Krusty Panties. Worst advice ever. I mean, that's true. That his strategy. If you're going the whole Turtleboy is the problem, right? You're listening to the wrong people. I assure you that's not a winning strategy. I'm talk about distractors. I'm the distractor. Big J Al sends $20, goes, only thing prosecution has proved is that Brennan is an asshole. Shout out to JM Gold M2. You're a fat, hairy gorilla man. Okay. Michelle sends $10, goes, did you see Karen getting teary-eyed when Lucky was testifying? I didn't notice that. Jen sends 10 and says, please blow the snarky red-haired gal a kiss next time she throws you death stares. We'll see. Andrea sends $10, goes, oh man, daddy, when Spanky ever got talking to Lucky about a blogger threatening him, I was screaming at my damn YouTube screen. He is something else. I got secondhand embarrassment. It's pathetic. Good luck in your upcoming court. Free Turtleboy and free Karen Reed. You're one of the true heroes in this case. Thank you, Andrea. Claire sends $10, goes, hey, doctor, thanks for all you do. You're a true daddy. Also, will there be a sex cult meetup tomorrow? Sending all my support from Arizona. Yes, we will have sex cult tomorrow night. Thank you. Lily sends 10 and goes, great day in court today. Did you see the Law Tubers post titled Open Letter to Officer Dever, basically describing that her career is over? Well, which Law Tuber? You'll have to send it. Worth watching. Okay, thank you. A-Rod sends $10, goes, I sent you a great TikTok with a canine cop talking about the McAlberts. If you can play it. I saw that. I'll share it on Twitter tomorrow. Thank you. Just running out of time here. Megan the Okie Turtle Rider sends 10 and goes, in a world full of McCabe's, be a lucky Loughran. His His genuine, honest nature was rolling off of him in thick waves. God bless that man, and free Karen Reed and Turtleboy. Thank you. Michelle sends, Ashley sends $5 and goes, can you please shout out my TikTok? It's Ashley Faye is my account. I do daily trial updates and jury reaction updates from your Sue and Jess's tweet. I also always give you a credit and tag you so everyone knows where I'm getting my info. Okay, there you go, Ashley. Thank you. Marissa sends $10, goes, thanks for not being afraid to speak the truth. We all need a Dr. Turtleboy in our community. Watching from Pittsburgh. Say hi to my daughter Cam. Free Karen Reed, free Turtleboy. You know, I had a brother that lived in Wilkinsburg, another brother that lives in Fox Chapel. So I think that's right by you in Pittsburgh. So shout out to my Pittsburgh Turtle Riders. Brennan's whiny soul Weinstein sends $10 and goes, Barros and Lucky restore a little faith. Stand up, guys. Exactly. And wow, Leanne Sampson, whew, $500. Thank you, Leanne. You're too generous. And says Spanky Brandon can suck it. I love you, doctor. Well, thank you, Leanne. And he can suck it good. Yes, he can. Billy sends $10. That's a hell of a turtle chat, too. I love it. $500 telling Spanky to suck it. I love it. I love it. Thank you, Leanne. Billy sends 10 and goes, Dr. Turtleboy, question I'm hoping you can address on tonight's show. All the data about 24 miles in a reverse seems to be missing one critical thing. According to everything Lexus claims and all their documentation, Karen's SUV is incapable of going 24 miles an hour in reverse. I've not seen that anywhere. Thank you. Lauren sends $5 and goes, do you think the defense will give context to Brennan's video clips of Karen's interviews? Yes. Love from London, Canada. I know they are. They're going to be able to do that, I believe. And I think I went over one of them in particular, the comment about like, it's either me or you, Jen, because there's much good context from that. John sends 10 and goes, how many times did Spanky call the previous trial a trial? I know. I guess that one's over. I guess we're not doing that anymore. Devers Beaver sends $10, goes, Brennan is so dumb. He questioned Lucky about his memory on if there were street lights to make him look bad, then proceeded to show a dash cam video clearly showing street lights being on. Keep up the fight, doctor. Lucky is a saint. Thank you. Michelle sends $25, says, thank you so much for all you do. You're amazing. I hope to meet you someday. Keep it up. You've got this. P.S. Class of 2002 from UMass Amherst. Same here, 2004. And I hope to meet you someday too, Michelle. Thank you. Next up, Anita Sugar Daddy sends $10 and says, I was at Chubb's in Adams Corner, Dorchester. Tara Kerrigan was there with a friend talking about the trial. Her friend's card got rejected. I got pics of them too. That's awesome. Thank you. Marilyn sends $25 and goes, why is John's Psycho X from 20 years ago still going daily? Is she fucking Paul? That's the $1 million question. No, I think she fucks herself every night thinking about John. I think that's what she's doing. I think that's what she's, I mean, Paul's probably got a new online girlfriend by now, so who knows? Okay. Kel sends $5 and goes, shout out to Lori Ann Moran from Slidell, coming in hot to trial 2.0. Excellent. Laura sends $10, goes, I've stood up for you many times because I support you. I don't always agree, but that's true for every person I know. Seeing you with all those microphones pointed back at you made me feel proud of you. Thank you for standing up for the truth. Keep going until you find the truth and make your children proud. That picture today that Jessica Machado posted was so cool, man. I loved it. Loved it. Like this picture, this is got to be my new cover photo, you know, this one right here. Such a cool picture. Like, this is what I was greeted by at the bottom. I'm like on my way out of court. I'm just there to do my job. And this is pretty wild. You know, it's pretty wild. So there's that. Okay. Next up. Got a bunch to bang through here. Nike Martian sends $10, says, how deep do you think the McAlbert's roots go in that downtown? Will there ever be justice for John O'Keefe? Deep. No, I don't think there will be, because unless they go down, which I don't think they will. We all know Bev should have taken off this trial from the get and recused herself. How is it she's been allowed to be the circus master? Corruption. Michelle sends $25 and goes, thanks for all you do. You've got this. I already read that one. Thank you. Jen's butthole sends $10, goes, do you think I made everyone think Jen made me do it? Okay. Bill sends $10, goes, oh, can you please tweet, hey, Spanky, with the kiss emoji? He'll be thinking about that for a while. I don't want to taunt him too much. Kevin sends 10 and goes, whatever happened in the message that got sent out to all the plow drivers that morning, man down on Fairview. Nothing like that happened. That's completely made up. Thank you, Kevin. Melanie sends $6 and goes, Hank was so desperate to discredit Lucky, calling him a victim, then an attention whore, then a victim again. He couldn't gaslight Lucky into any of it. Lucky is a man. Exactly. Kate T sends $5 and goes, the jury has watched witnesses say they ignored sequestration orders or claimed ignorance with no repercussion. Why would a juror respect their sequestration request? That's a great question. No doubt the jury is looking at social media. Bev's courtroom is a clown show. Great point. MAGA Barbie sends $50 and says, at the risk of sounding retarded and being shamed, it occurred to me today that whoever was in the Ford Edge freaked out when Lucky drove by multiple times, and that was when they planned to blame him. I can't wait to celebrate both of you being free. I'm sure whoever was in that car was bothered by that. Frank Canoni sends $8 and goes, I pray that Beverly will shit herself while driving to work on Friday. Fuck that old crow. Okay, thanks. Steve Bin VA sends 10 and goes, after Karen's acquitted, there will be an unsolved murder of a law enforcement officer. The FBI can investigate if they believe a broader conspiracy is involved. Okay. Keep thinking that. Thank you. Jason sends $5 and says, Lucky said he wasn't harassed, and then Hank is allowed to preface every question afterwards. So after you were harassed. Exactly. He does that all the time. Bev is the worst. Jen sends $10, goes, listen, Turtle, I loved your face when Brennan was bringing up the blogger in court today. You live in that dick's mind. Anyway, exactly. Jared sends $5 and says, an innocent woman is on trial for murder, and all that Hank Brennan, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, give a shit about is to trick witnesses and try to get harassment, intimidation from Turtleboy noticed by the jury. I mean, I think he was just trying to get it to my potential jury pool. He's trying to taint my jury pool with that shit. That's all that was a stunt. TR sends $5 and goes, if John O'Keefe was in the passenger seat walking towards the house, how did they figure Reed would back up into him? He wasn't hit when he was in the car. I don't understand the question. Erica, you normal mom, sends $8 and goes, I apologize for the spectrum comment. No worries. Lucky I am around so many high functioning 80 adults that have a magical quality of loyalty and honesty about them that's undeniably pure. But you're right, it was inappropriate. Don't worry, I'm inappropriate all the time. No worries. Thank you, Dr. T, for being an inspiration to us all. I'm a local and I've been painfully stuck away. I can't wait to see everyone in Dedham because I'm coming finally home this week. Well, welcome back, Erica. Thank you. Jared sends, no, I already read that one. Okay. Auntie Chrissy sends 10 and goes, free Karen Reed, and please help save the Salt River wild horses in Arizona from the corrupt government who fabricates in order to send them to their deaths. Okay. Probably not going to be doing that, but good luck with that. I apologize. I got a little thing with a murder going on here. So good luck to the horses in Arizona. Jennifer sends $10 and goes, listen, Turtle, loved your face when Brennan was bringing up the blogger in court today. You live in that dick's mind. Anyway, I do. Mackenzie sends 5 and goes, hi, Turtleboy. Did Lucky ever tell you if you remembered the color of the Ford Edge? He said it was tan. If so, what color Ford Edge did the Alberts drive? Brian drives a black. He said it wasn't Brian's. That's what he told me. I think it was either Kevin's or Collins. Joe Flipahead sends $100. Woo, thanks, Joe. In less than a year, Hank Brennan went from being a mob lawyer to a TDS-riddled McAlbert who managed to prove the world that Michael Proctor framed Karen Reed. The definition of fucking around and finding out. I know. Take that. Note my objection. Nick sends $10, goes, why didn't the defense bring up all the attacks and hate that Lucky has gotten from Krusty and the McAlbert gang? That's where the attacks came from. Should have been brought up because Lucky would have said, no, I'm not being attacked. Lucky doesn't like being a victim, period. There's that. Juju sends 25 and goes, how much would a lifetime membership for Lucky cost? I'm willing to chip in. I appreciate that, but we're not doing gifts. Turtle Roo sends $10 and goes, the DPW Canton Townies are used to the mainstream media, not Turtleboy. If they're making questions answered hard enough, they give up. Memo to all, Turtleboy is not mainstream media. Exactly. Kelly Deaver's OnlyFans account sends $10 and goes, what was going on with the redhead who kept giving you the skank eye today. Dude, that's, again, she was hate fucking me. There's that. Ashley Hanks cum smells. Okay. Sends $5. Goes, Aidan, this is amazing. Thanks for explaining this to us. You're smart and fearless. I love to see an honest man uncover the truth. I love to see a man with morals. Something so hot about it. Well, thank you, Ashley's Hanks cum smells, for saying that. That's really kind of you. Okay, thank you. Next up, we have Jilly sends 10 and goes, referring to yesterday, I wish Miss Russell would have demonstrated with her arm how someone being attacked by a dog would react. The jury, well, hopefully Garrett Wing does that. The jury would see how those wounds could be. What do you think of her testimony? You're hot as hell, by the way. Come on now. Oh, Jesus Christ. You guys are making me flattered here. But I appreciate that. And I think they will do that with the next witness. That would be Garrett Wing. Not the next witness, but the next dog witness. He will explain that. Next up. Amy sends $5 and says, the unique characteristics that we adore about Lucky happen to be traits of being on the spectrum. Those educated about don't attach the negative stigma that others may still associate with autism. Okay, as the mother of a young adult son, I find it despicable that Brennan would deliberately try to trigger Lucky. He disgusts me. I'm a court-appointed victim advocate. I wouldn't be able to work in Canton. It's the goddamn Twilight Zone. You're right. You're right. So thank you. Next up, Allie sends $10 and goes, mass resident here who decided to start paying attention this round. I'm appalled. Where are our elected leaders doing? They're doing nothing. Why is no one speaking out? They suck. The police just never interviewed the plow driver. Exactly. Liz Warren, Maura Healey, Mayor Wu. Great questions. Again, they're nowhere to be found. You good with Karen having a corrupt investigation? Exactly. Exactly. It's so fucked up. So fucked up. Thank you. OG Daniel Baker, we're almost done here, since 25 and says, I truly hope you get a big fat thank you and a fully exonerated of all charges when this trial's over. You should get an award similar to the Key to the City they give in Worcester. It should be presented to you as a formal celebration paid for by the Norfolk County DA's office. That would be nice, but I would settle for the charges against me being dropped. Thank you. Brenda from Putnam, by way of Worcester, sends $5 and says, you need to see the video message from Brian LTL. I will show that. I have a couple more. We'll end with the video message from LTL. And by the way, the link you sent me, nothing there. So that I can't even show it. So thank you. Jones sends $10, goes, Dr. Turtleboy, referring to yesterday, I wish Miss Russell would have demonstrated the action of warding off an attack dog with your arm. It's like the same message. As a juror, I would definitely see it. The wounds would make sense. What did you think of her testimony? She's qualified. What would be so much better if she were to demonstrate. I laughed so much when I watched the show. I lost my mom, and finding is a way of luxury. Finding a way to laugh is a luxury. Well, thank you, Joan. I'm sorry about the loss of your mother. I know the pain. Okay, cash apps real quick. EMC sends $10 and goes, pics of Rita are allowed. Kate and Caitlin are denied. That's a great point. Ken Mello's oxygen tank sends 5 and goes, Doc, who's left on the defense witness list? I mean, they have like 30 names, but they're not going to call most of them. Casey sends $5 and goes, I wish Lucky would plow me. Good luck Monday. I know. Kerry sends 10 and goes, pretrial motion when everyone claps about Ford. Okay. Holly sends $5 and goes, please like and subscribe. Spanky itself. Exactly. Amy sends $10 and goes, Texas hates you, Spanky. Ooh, roasted. Carly sends $5 and says, appreciate you, Turtleboy. Free Turtleboy. Bless Lucky Loughran. Okay, thank you. Alan. All right, I think I got them all. All right, it's fucking late. This is the latest show I've ever done. And we still got, Save the Salt River Wild Horses. We still got 9,442 people here. What a fucking show. What a day. We all need a rest tomorrow. We're fucking close, baby. We've been working on this for more than 2 years. We're this close to the finish line. The no quit till acquittal. How about that? I like that one. No quit till acquittal. No quit till acquittal. All right. It's coming soon. Next week. All right. Next week. I love you fine people. Tomorrow night on Sex Cult. And then again this weekend for the live show. All right. Peace, Turtle Riders. Brush your teeth.
It calls for data including calendars, alerts, reminders, notes, text messages, pictures, or videos from April 1st, 2023 through and including October 5th, 2023. 7 months.